Check. Halo. Halo. Check.
কিদৰে পাহৰো এন্ধাৰ হ'ব নোৱাৰো মুচি দিব নোখোজো পোহৰ বুলি জীয়ালো মনে মনে প্ৰাণতে হাতেৰে ঢুকিলো পোৱা জোনৰে ছবি পাখি মেলি সপোনে আগছিলে জীৱন আকাশৰ নীলিমাতে সেই মন আজি যেন সীমত লীন হোৱা তৃষা কিদৰে পাহৰো মই এন্ধাৰ হ'ব নোৱাৰো মুচি দিব নোখোজো পাখি মেলা অতীত কিদৰে পাহৰো সাগৰ নীলা দুচকুত কিৰণাৰে জীৱনে নাজানো যদিও দুবাহু আছো মেলি সঁচা মিছাৰ সমাজত সাঁতুৰিছো যদিও খেদি খেদি সপোনে মিঠা চুমাজ আছে এই মন আজি যেন পোহৰ প্ৰাণ পোৱা তৃষা কিদৰে পাহৰো মই
With YouTube Premium, watch ad-free videos and listen ad-free on the YouTube Music app. That's right. One subscription, 2 apps. set up automatic downloads and watch offline, in the background, and on the go. Try 1 month free of charge.
মনত নিজানত জোনাক আছিলে তোমাৰ মৰমৰ সুবাসনি লৈ হঠাতে শুকালে পোহৰত ফুলনি নীলিমাৰ মাজতো নাথাকা যে তুমি নাহিবা বেদনা হৈ বুকু ভৰা न तनु समझावा कि न तेरे बिना लगदा जी मैं तनु समझावा कि न तेरे बिना लगदा जी तू की जाने प्यार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यो जान मेरी मैं तनु समझावा कि न तेरे बिना लगदा जी तू की जाने प्यार मेरा मैं करूं इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तू यो जान मेरी मैं तनु समझावा कि न तेरे बिना लगदा जी হৃদয়ে আবেগ নোৱাৰে সহিব চকুৰো বাগৰে নীৰৱে কিমান সাৱতি নোপোৱাৰ সপোন বুকুৰু মেৰে সজোৱা দুখৰ তৰা হৈ নাচাবা চকুলে মোৰ উৰে নিশা মনৰ নিজানত জোনাক আছিলে তোমার মৰমৰ সুবাসনি লৈ হঠাতে শুকালে পোহৰৰ ফুলনি নীলিমাৰ মাজতো নাথাকা যে তুমি समझावा कि
হয় 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 অল ইণ্ডিয়া ৰেডিঅ' গ্ৰেড 1 গ্ৰেড 1 আৰ্টিষ্ট বুলি কয় শ্ৰীমতী ঠিক আছে
ইয়াৰ পিছত আপুনি এটা এনাউন্সমেণ্ট দিব লাগিব কি তাৰমানে কি হৈছে ছবিখন বৰগীতবোৰ কাৰণে নমাই দিব ছবিকেইখন আকৌ পাৰিম
হয় হয়
পাৰি তাত গেষ্ট দিব সেই গেষ্ট কেইজনৰ কাক নাম মেডামে দিয়ে তেওঁক আপুনি মঞ্চলৈ মাতিব লাগিব
হয়
মাতি দিলে তেতিয়া আমি ইয়াত ছবিখিনি লগাই দিম ইয়াত নাম কৈ দিলে
তেওঁলোক কোন কোন আহে মই নাজানো পিছে সেইটো তেওঁলোকে কাক কাক অঁ মই তেওঁক এনেকৈ ক'ম যে ডিগনিটাৰিজ কেইজনক ইয়ালৈ যাতে আনি দিয়ে সেইটো আছে চেয়াৰমেন GMDA আছে আছে তেওঁলোক আহিব আচ্ছা আচ্ছা অঁ ঠিক আছে Cultural affairs or Richa, cultural affairs or no, they are to GMDA. Cultural affairs. Our guest of honor for this event, Sri Narayan Deka, Chairman, Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority, Sri Anbamuthan MP, Chief Executive Officer, GMDA, Mrs. Smita Datta Makhija, Executive Committee Member of ICOMOS India, ladies and gentlemen and dignitaries present, a very good morning. Welcome to this truly breathtaking riverfront venue, to what promises to be a very significant chapter in the evolution of the city of Guwahati. We are here today to celebrate the spirit of Pragjyotishpur, the city of Eastern learning, or the city of astrology, which gradually evolved into the name of Guwahati, that loosely translates to a marketplace or hati of the areca nut or tamul, which is also called guwa. The goal of this event is to highlight the heritage resources of this ancient habitat and bring to the fore its uniqueness that is yet to be understood and explored by the rest of the country as more than a destination for spiritual tourism. This historic site was selected by the British with great care for the views and vistas that it offers. Numerous sites were surveyed, and finally, the famous Borpukonor Tila on the southern bank of Brahmaputra, where the cannons of the Battle of Horaighat still lay scattered. was finalized for the construction of the Deputy Commissioner's bungalow that stands here, and which is now the Guwahati Heritage Center. This hillock had a direct access to the river through a gradient, and in historic times, it is believed that the boats which were used in the Horaighat battle were hidden at the foot of this hillock. Mohabahu Brahmaputra, Mohamilonor Tirtha, Koto Jug Dhori Ahise Prakashi, Homonnoyor Ortha. The words of the bard evoke the mighty river on whose banks we stand today, and who has been a silent yet raging witness to the evolution of this enigmatic city. ICOMOS, or International Council on Monuments and Sites, works to conserve and protect cultural heritage places around the world by promoting conservation, research, and education. Today, ICOMOS, in collaboration with the custodian of the city, the Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority, or GMDA, aims to instill a sense of awareness about the core specialities of Guwahati as part of its Historic City 2025 project, which has covered the cities of Jammu, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Dehradun, New Delhi, Mathura Vrindavan, Lucknow, Gwalior, Orcha, Bhopal, Ramgarh Shekhawati, Jaipur, Udaipur, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Nashik, Mumbai, Pune, Satara, Kolhapur, Nagpur, Hyderabad, Udupi, Kochi, Kolkata, and now our city of Guwahati. May I now invite to the podium EC member ICOMOS India, Mrs. Smita Datta Makhija, to speak about the Heritage City series.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to be on this prestigious podium, on this prestigious site, and also very happy that Guwahati has been included in the Heritage Cities 2025 event in Delhi, and ICOMOS, in collaboration with Drona Foundation, NIUA, Heteropolis, and Atrium Publishers, are addressing the theme through seminars, heritage walks, panel discussions, and exhibitions. These are taking place in several historic cities across the country. The series began on the World Heritage Day 2025 with the Delhi and Jaipur edition. The exhibition on heritage cities at the India Habitat Center was launched on 28th November. The series aims to ensure the sustenance of the diverse urban legacy and living heritages of Indian cities. The pivotal theme of Historic City series is Indian planning and historic urban landscape, which would lead to the creation of heritage toolkits and manuals and heritage awareness and interpretation programs, emerging from a better understanding of the heritage resource. The series aims to develop context-specific strategies for safeguarding India's urban heritage and creating a platform for greater understanding of the rejuvenation of the historic resources. This 3 to 5 year program covers 26 cities participating in the year 2025 that will finalize city-specific actions to be implemented in 2026-27, while another 25 cities may join in 2026 to hold such events and execute action plans in 2027-28. In total, 100 historic cities have been identified for participation to implement the first phase of the program in 5 years. Now I invite
We will now felicitate the dignitaries present. And we shall also now proceed to light the ceremonial lamp. May I request the dignitaries to please approach the dais and light the ceremonial lamp. The lighting of the lamp is being accompanied by a rendition of a Borgit by Srimati Joba Chakraborty, who is a grade 1 artist of All India Radio. Borgit by Srimati Joba Chakraborty.
Hello, hello, check, hello. নমস্কাৰ আজি এই সুন্দৰ দিনটোত মই প্ৰথমতে মহাপুৰুষ শ্ৰীমন্ত মাধৱদেৱ বিৰচিত এটি বৰগীত গাবলৈ প্ৰয়াস কৰিছোঁ। মোৰ লগত আছে খোলত অল ইণ্ডিয়া ৰেডিঅ' গ্ৰেডেড আৰ্টিষ্ট গিৰেণ কলিতা আৰু বাঁহীত আছে আমাৰ শ্ৰদ্ধাৰ শ্ৰীযুত প্ৰসন্ন বৰুৱা। জগতৰ গুৰু হৰি কাশী গোপকাশে আৰে জগতৰ গুৰু হৰি কাশী গোপকাশে অভিৰ বালক বেৰি চলে আগে পাছে পৰভাতে শঙ্কানু ধেনু লয়া সঙ্গে শিকা বান্ধি চান্দি কান্ধে লয়া দধি ভাত আৰে শিকা বান্ধি চান্দি কান্ধে লয়া দধি ভাত মাথায়ে চান্দনি জৰি সাজে জগন্নাথ পৰভাতে শঙ্কানু ধেনু লয়া সঙ্গে বৈকুণ্ঠৰ পতি প্ৰভু বনে চাৰে ধেনু আৰে বৈকুণ্ঠৰ পতি প্ৰভু বনে চাৰে ধেনু কহয় মাধৱ গতি কানু পদ ৰেণু পৰভাতে শঙ্কানু ধেনু লয়া সঙ্গে পৰভাতে শঙ্কানু ধেনু লয়া সঙ্গে
Thank you, Srimati Java Chakraborty and her accompanying musicians for this soulful rendition of a Borgit. May I request for the chairs to be placed on the dais for this. I now request our guest of honor, Sri Narayan Deka, Chairman GMDA, to kindly step up and give his address. Sri Narayan Deka, Chairman, GMDA, please.
ICOMOSৰ উদ্যোগত আয়োজন কৰা আজিৰ এই সুন্দৰ ইভেণ্টত আমাৰ মাজত উপস্থিত থকা ICOMOSৰ মেম্বাৰ স্মিতা মেম, GMDAৰ CEO MP আম্বামুথান ডাঙৰীয়া, কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজৰ লগত জড়িত থকা বিভিন্ন সেক্টৰৰ পৰা অহা মোৰ সন্মানীয় বিশিষ্ট ব্যক্তিসকল আটাইলৈকে নমস্কাৰ জনাইছোঁ। GMDAৰ কাৰণে আজি এটা মই ভাবোঁ এইটো গ্ৰেট প্ৰিভিলেজ, আমাৰ কাৰণে খুব এটা সুন্দৰ মুহূৰ্ত, ইমান সুন্দৰ ইভেণ্ট এটা আমি হোষ্ট কৰাৰ কাৰণে সুবিধা পাইছোঁ। আজি যেটো উদ্দেশ্য লৈ আমি সমবেত হৈছোঁ, মই পাৰ্সোনালি ফিল কৰোঁ যে আমি বহুত দেৰিকে আমি এই ষ্টেপটো লৈছোঁ। আমি বহুত হয়তো ইয়াতকৈ বহু আগতে এনেকুৱা চিন্তা এনেকুৱা ব্যৱস্থাবোৰ লোৱাৰ প্ৰয়োজন আছিলে। আজি গোটেই ইভেণ্টৰ আমাৰ থিমটো লোৱা হৈছে বিশেষকৈ আমাৰ প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰক লৈ পেলাই। প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰ নামটো এটা হেৰিটেজৰ এটা চিম্বল। আজি আমি গুৱাহাটী বুলি যাক চিনি পাওঁ, এই গুৱাহাটীৰ হিষ্টৰিক নাম আছিলে প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰ। আৰু আমি যেতিয়া প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰক অকণমান জানিবৰ চেষ্টা কৰিম, প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰক জানিব আমি অকণমান বিচাৰিম। প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰ কি আছিল, প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰৰ কালচাৰ হেৰিটেজ কি আছিলে, হিষ্টৰিক হেৰিটেজ কি আছিলে, স্পিৰিচুৱেল হেৰিটেজ কি আছিলে, আৰু এই প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰক কোনে ৰোল কৰিছিলে, কোনে শাসন কৰিছিল, কোনে এই প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰ নিৰ্মাণ কৰিছিল। আৰু প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰৰ কথা আমি ভাবিব গ'লে ৰজা ভগদত্ত অবিহনে আমি প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰ কেতিয়াও কমপ্লিট হ'ব নোৱাৰে। প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰ মানে য'ত জ্যোতিষ পোহৰৰ চিটি বুলি কোৱা হৈছিল। আৰু ৰজা ভগদত্ত তেওঁ অকল অসমৰে ৰজা নাছিল, অসমৰ কাৰণে তেওঁ পপুলাৰ নাছিল, গোটেই ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ ইণ্টিগ্ৰেশ্যনত ৰজা ভগদত্ত প্ৰথম ব্যক্তি আছিল। তাৰ আগলৈকে হয়তো আমি অসম বা অসমৰ বাহিৰৰ ৰাজ্যৰ লগত সমন্বয় গঢ়া আমি হিষ্ট্ৰীত এনেকুৱা সমল ব্যক্তি নাপাওঁ। ৰজা ভগদত্তই তাহানিতে মোগলৰ বিৰুদ্ধে যুদ্ধ দিবৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ ভাৰতৰ বিভিন্ন ৰাজ্যৰ ৰজাৰ লগত এক সমন্বয় গঢ়ি তেতিয়া ভাৰতবৰ্ষখনক এক ৰাষ্ট্ৰ নিৰ্মাণ কৰাত ৰজা ভগদত্তৰ এক অনন্য ভূমিকা আছে। আজি কালৰ হাতত প্ৰাগজ্যোতিষপুৰ গুৱাহাটী হ'ল, আৰু আমি আৰবানাইজেশ্যন নামত, নগৰীকৰণৰ নামত আমি আমাৰ এই কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজবোৰ পাহৰি গৈছোঁ। মই ভাবোঁ কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজ, হিষ্টৰিক হেৰিটেজ বা স্পিৰিচুৱেল হেৰিটেজে আমাক আগুৱাই যোৱাত যথেষ্টখিনি এনকাৰেজ কৰে। আমি যদি লিগেচি পাহৰি যাওঁ, আমি আমাৰ পূৰ্বপুৰুষে যি আমাক আৰ্কিটেকচাৰ দি থৈ গৈছে, যি আমাক ফিলচফি দি থৈ গৈছে, সেইবোৰ যদি পাহৰি যাওঁ তেতিয়াহ'লে আমি হয়তো আৰু কোনোবা এটা দিন আমাকো কোনোবাই পাহৰি যাব। আমাৰ কাৰণে এটা সৌভাগ্যৰ দিন। আমি বিশেষকৈ GMDA হওক, আমি অসমবাসী হওক, আমি এনেকুৱা এজন লিডাৰ পাইছোঁ, এনেকুৱা এজন নেতা পাইছোঁ, আমাৰ চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা। তেওঁ ডেভেলপমেণ্টক গুৰুত্ব দিছে, ডেভেলপমেণ্টক প্ৰায়ৰিটি দিছে, কিন্তু পেৰেলেলি কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজক প্ৰটেক্ট কৰাৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত তেওঁ সমানে সমানে গুৰুত্ব দিছে, সমানে সমানে চিন্তা কৰিছে, সমানে সমানে কাম কৰিছে। তেওঁৰ নেতৃত্বতে চৰাইদেউ মৈদাম ইউনেস্কোৰ দ্বাৰা আজি স্বীকৃতিপ্ৰাপ্ত হৈছে হেৰিটেজ চেণ্টাৰ হিচাপে। আমি আজি যিডোখৰ ঠাইত থিয় হৈছোঁ, এই ঠাইডোখৰৰ লগত আমাৰ কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজ, হিষ্টৰিক হেৰিটেজ, স্পিৰিচুৱেল হেৰিটেজ তিনিটাই ইয়াতে সংপৃক্ত হৈ আছে। কিন্তু এইবোৰ লাহে লাহে কি হৈ গৈছিল, আমাৰ চিন্তাৰ পৰা বাহিৰত গুচি গৈছিল। এইজন মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীয়ে ইয়াতে আমাৰ প্ৰশাসনিক বিষয়াৰ আৱাস আছিলে, তেওঁলোকক স্থানান্তৰণ কৰিলে, এইটো হেৰিটেজ চেণ্টাৰ হিচাপে প্ৰটেক্ট কৰাৰ দিহা কৰিলে। অকল এইটোৱে নহয়, মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী মহোদয় চিন্তা যে আমি যদি আমাৰ অসমৰ হেৰিটেজৰ কথা ভাবোঁ, অসমৰ অল্ডেষ্ট হেৰিটেজৰ কথা যদি চিন্তা কৰোঁ, অল্ডেষ্ট হেৰিটেজৰ যদি আমি চিম্বলৰ কথা চিন্তা কৰোঁ, মইতো ভাবোঁ এইটো ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰ। ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰতকৈ আমাৰ আৰু তাতকৈ আগত আমি হয়তো ঢুকি নাপাম। আৰু এই ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰক লৈ পেলাই মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী মহোদয়ে যে চিন্তা কৰিছে, যিটো পৰিকল্পনা কৰিছে, মই ভাবোঁ অসমবাসীৰ কাৰণে এইটো গৌৰৱৰ কথা। আমি মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী মহোদয়ে যিখিনি কৰিছে এতিয়া 20% হৈছে, আৰু 80% হ'ব বাকী আছে। গতিকে মই বহুত বেছি দীঘলীয়া ক'ব বিচৰা নাই। মই এটাই কথা মোৰ পাৰ্চনেলি মই ফিল কৰোঁ যে আমি যদি এই হেৰিটেজ প্ৰটেক্ট নকৰোঁ, তেতিয়াহ'লে আমাৰ ভৱিষ্যত প্ৰজন্মক হয়তো আমি বহু ক্ষেত্ৰত আমাৰ হেৰিটেজ আমি যিমানে প্ৰমোট কৰিম, হেৰিটেজৰ লগত আমি যিমানে লিংক হৈ থাকিম, সিমানে আমাৰ মাজত নেশ্যনেলিজিমৰ চিন্তাটো বৃদ্ধি হয়। মই এটা কথা এক্সাম্পল হিচাপে দিব পাৰোঁ। আমি বহুতে হয়তো বাৰ্লিন গৈছোঁ, কোনোবাই যদি যোৱা নাই যে বহুতে গৈছোঁ। বাৰ্লিন গ'লে বাৰ্লিন ৱালখনৰ কথা চবে বাৰ্লিন গ'লেহে চিন্তা কৰে। বহুতে বাৰ্লিন নগ'লে বাৰ্লিন ৱালৰ কথা মনলৈ নাহে। কিন্তু আমি বাৰ্লিন গ'লেও বাৰ্লিনৰ ৱালখনৰ কথা কিয় মনলৈ আহে? তাততো ৱালখন এতিয়া এক্সিষ্ট নকৰে, বাৰ্লিন ৱাল বৰ্তমান এক্সিষ্ট নকৰে। তথাপিতো বাৰ্লিন গ'লে বাৰ্লিন ৱালখনৰ বিষয়ে মানুহে জনাৰ কাৰণে এটা কিউৰিচিটি আহে, জানিব বিচাৰে। কেনেকৈ আজি ছেকেণ্ড ৱৰ্ল্ড ৱাৰৰ পিছত ইষ্ট বাৰ্লিন ৱেষ্ট বাৰ্লিনক ডিভাইড কৰাৰ কাৰণে বাৰ্লিন ৱালখন দিছিলে। এইটো ক্ৰাইচিছ। তাৰ নেপথ্যত বহু পৰিঘটনা আছে। কিন্তু 1986 যেতিয়া বাৰ্লিন ৱাল ভাঙি দিয়া হ'ল, তাত আৰ্বানাইজেশ্যনৰ নামত ধুনীয়া ধুনীয়া বিল্ডিং হ'ল, ধুনীয়া ধুনীয়া আমাৰ তাত ছাইট ডেভেলপ হ'ল, টুৰিষ্ট ছাইট ডেভেলপ হ'ল। কিন্তু বাৰ্লিন ৱালৰ বেছটো এতিয়াও তেওঁলোকে প্ৰটেক্ট কৰি ৰাখিছে। ডেট ইজ দ্য প্ৰটেকশ্যন অফ কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজ, ডেট ইজ দ্য প্ৰটেকশ্যন অফ হিষ্টৰিক হেৰিটেজ। আৰু যেতিয়াই বাৰ্লিন মানুহে ভিজিট কৰে, সেই ৱালখনৰ লাইনটো যেতিয়া তেওঁলোকে দেখে, তেতিয়া তেওঁলোকৰ এণ্টাৰ ছেকেণ্ড ৱৰ্ল্ড ৱাৰলৈকে তেওঁলোকে মেম'ৰাইজ কৰাৰ কাৰণে এটা তেওঁলোকে খোৰাক পায়, তেওঁলোকে এটা চিন্তা কৰা এটা অৱকাশ পায়। গতিকে কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজ অকল আমাৰ মানুহৰ মনোৰঞ্জন দিব তেনেকুৱাই নহয়, কালচাৰেল হেৰিটেজে আমাক বহু বছৰ আগলৈকে লৈ গৈ আমাৰ পূৰ্বপুৰুষে কি ধৰণে প্ৰকৃতিৰ লগত সহবাস কৰি আমাৰ প্ৰাকৃতিক ভাৰসাম্য ৰক্ষা কৰি ইকোলজিক্যাল বেলেন্স ৰক্ষা কৰি কেনেকৈ জীৱন ধাৰণ কৰিছিল সেই বিষয়ে জনাৰ সুবিধা দিয়ে, যেটো আজিৰ কাৰণে অত্যন্ত ইম্পৰ্টেণ্ট। গতিকে মই আজি এই ইভেণ্টটোৰ কাৰণে ইভেণ্টটো অৰ্গেনাইজ কৰাৰ কাৰণে বিশেষকৈ আইকমছৰ সকলো টিমক মই বিশেষকৈ ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ। আৰু আমিও এই আইকমছৰ যি ধৰণে গাইড কৰিব, যি ধৰণে তেওঁলোকে এডভাইচ কৰিব, গুৱাহাটী মেট্ৰ'পলিটন ডেভেলপমেণ্ট অথৰিটিয়ে সেই ধৰণে আৰ্বান প্লেনিং কৰাৰ কাৰণে আমি আগ্ৰহ প্ৰকাশ কৰিম। এইখিনিকে কৈ সমবেত প্ৰতিগৰাকী ব্যক্তিক মোৰ তৰফৰ পৰা ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰি মোৰ দুআষাৰ সামৰিছোঁ। ধন্যবাদ। থেংক ইউ।
ধন্যবাদ শ্রী নারায়ণ ডেকা। We're grateful for your inspiring and insightful speech. I now request Sri Anbamuthan MP, the Chief Executive Officer of GMDA, to kindly give his address.
Good morning, everyone. It is a profound honor and a privilege for Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority to be hosting this event in collaboration with ICOMOS and NIUA, and as well as other historians and dignitaries, policymakers, environmental experts present here. We are here today at this Mahabahu Brahmaputra River Heritage Center, which is a fitting venue as we sit besides one of the greatest heritages that Assam has. And this is a very befitting venue to hold this event, I must say. Also, today marks a special moment in the history of the city because we are kicking off this ICOMOS India event, the Historic Cities Series 2025, the Guwahati edition, which has this mystical heading called as Pragjyotishpur, the city of Eastern light and learning. When we say city of Eastern light and learning, actually it exudes a sense of mysticism to it, which our city definitely has. Guwahati is not just a merely expanding metropolis, it is also a repository of history, a confluence of cultures, and a testament to the enduring human spirit. From the ancient kingdom of Pragjyotishpur to the vibrant, dynamic city of Guwahati today, our city's identity has been defined by its deep-rooted heritage and also its constant adaptation to changes. I would digress from my written speech, but then the panel that we see here for this event and all, I don't think there are any other graphical depiction of images other than these two, anything older. The only images are in text, and I think Hyun Sang has also visited Guwahati, one of the greatest Chinese travelers. He had come here on the invitation of King Bhagadatta, Bhaskar Varman, Kumar Bhaskar Varman. 7th century Kumar Bhaskar Varman, he had come here on the invitation of this thing, and he had given a lot of he has given good descriptions on Guwahati, the place where Guwahati is situated now. After that, I think these are from a manuscript called the Sketches of Assam. These are the two things that we have. And there are some photographs that I think that is a 1903 photograph of Kamakya that has been taken from the archives. I'm not very sure. But then all these things, this event is going to serve as a reminder of all those things, and also how do we learn from whatever has been our heritage and how do we take all those things forward. And take this thing ahead, the session has been divided into four two sessions in the morning and 2 sessions in the afternoon. I was just going through the schedule, and it is heartening to see that there are things related to climate change adaptation and other things. And I must take this platform to mention this, that Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority, which is also the custodian of the master plan, the Guwahati master plan, which decides on the built form, how the city is there, the design and the form of the city. We, in collaboration with Madam Smita Makija, we are taking up, basically we are working on GIS layers, and one layer we are adding with the help of Madam Makija is, we are going to have a heritage layer to the Guwahati master plan. So the Metropolitan Development Authority will have a master plan which will have the heritage aspects also built into the master plan, so that whenever there is a construction effort or any other permission, building permission, planning permission that comes to us, we can see how it is going to affect the heritage of the city, or how it will have a maybe a positive impact or an adverse impact, and we can take decisions accordingly. So we are going ahead with mapping all the heritage centers in and around Guwahati. In fact, this will include the extended area. This will include places inside the extended area master plan, which will be extending from 5 kilometers from the ring road. So it will be a large area. At the moment, we have around 368 odd kilometers, 368 square kilometers of master plan area, which will extend to 1,200 approximately square kilometers. And in these 1,200 square kilometers, whatever heritage buildings, heritage places of heritage value and places of cultural value are there, we will be mapping them. We will be putting them in on a GIS layer, and it will operate in tandem with our master plan, so that we don't, so that our master plan, any permissions that we give, it does not destroy our cultural heritage. So that is the basic idea that we have, and also it will serve as a guide to people who visit Guwahati also. So, and we will, today there will also be discussions on technology and traditions for innovative interventions, like old building techniques that may be useful for the seismological nature in this city, because we are basically an engineering department with custody of the master plan. So we look into our engineering aspects also. Maybe we look forward to learn from old techniques, old things that had existed, which had the wisdom of our ancestors. So lastly, I would not dwell much further. We look forward to your valuable participation in today's discourses on Guwahati's heritage and our urban future. We encourage a lively debate and critical thinking, and above all, we are forging new partnerships based on this topic, that Pragjyotishpur, which is actually the theme of the thing is Pragjyotishpur, City of Eastern Light and Learning, and we look forward to learning more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sri Ankamuthan, CEO GMDA, for your encouraging words, and we look forward to all living in a vibrant yet culturally rich Guwahati in the coming years under both your able stewardship. Thank you. After these addresses, now on behalf of GMDA and ICOMOS, I hereby declare this event open. Today's event will see 4 sessions, 2 pre-lunch and 2 post-lunch sessions, represented by an eminent and eclectic distribution of panelists. The first session will have the theme Cultures of Resilience. The warp and weft of the heritage city, inherently designed in response to the cultural and environmental parameters. Before I announce the distinguished panel for this session, I have been told that there will be an audiovisual display, after which we can start the session. Thank you for this delightful audio-visual presentation. Before we start with the first session, I would invite those present to join us for a short tea break at the adjoining Riverview balcony. Thank you.
আজিও যেন বুঝো একুকে কার বাবে আসু যে রই
all delegates are requested to go to downstairs amphitheater for a group photo. Kind request to everyone. Kind request to everyone to go to the amphitheater downstairs for a group photograph. Now they can see, no? Okay. So now,
check, hello, check, hello, check, check, hello, hello, check.
এটা সুইচ আছে সেই সুইচটো বন্ধ দাবেলি সৰু সুইচটো
Check, hello, check, hello, check, 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 hello, check, check, hello, check.
এই হলৰ পিছফালে বহি থকা কেইজনক অনুৰোধ কৰা হৈছে আগলৈ যাতে আহে অলপ ফ্ৰণ্ট সিটবোৰ অকুপাই কৰিলে ভাল লাগিব Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after this very long tea session, tea break, and the photo session as well, which added to the length of time. But we are back here now, and I'm very happy to welcome all of you to the first of the 4 sessions of the day. The theme for the first session is Cultures of Resilience, Warp and Weft of the Heritage City, inherently designed in response to the cultural and environmental parameters. There will be 4 speakers in this panel. They are Mr. Sheila Bora, Sri Pankaj Sharma, Dr. D.P. Rekha Kohli, and Sri Abhinibesh Sharma. I will introduce each speaker of the panel as they come forward. I will start with Professor Sheila Bora. Professor Sheila Bora earned her MA in 1970 and PhD in 1985 from Guwahati University after completing her BA from Calcutta University. She taught at Dibrugarh University in the History Department for over 3 decades until her retirement. She received a 2-time Fulbright scholarship and did postdoctoral research at Yale University and later taught at Harvard University as a visiting lecturer. Her research focuses on gender history, history of Northeast India, socio-economic history of modern India, heritage conservation, and tourism management. She currently serves as professor and advisor at Royal Global University and is convener of the Assam State Chapter of INTAC, which is Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. She has edited and translated several historic chronicles and supervised major heritage conservation projects, including the documentation and preservation of manuscripts and artifacts from Assam's religious cultural institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Sheila Bora.
Thank you.
Where will the panels sit? Will they just be here?
We can come one by one because she has all this.
Okay.
Is this, am I too short for this?
I have just been told that each of the speakers of the panel will be felicitated, so we have to do that first.
Okay.
So that also calls coming to the center stage. Hey, Bhati, Michaela.
Hello? Hello?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
We'd like to see you better.
No. I'll stand here. Okay. I'll stand here. That should be okay. I'm going to turn them.
Next when he was slide this
Not next no come on nije korim too. Up and down. Okay.
স্ক্ৰীন ভিউ কৰিলে ভাল আছে ডিসপ্লে ভিডিও এইটো ডাঙৰ কৰা যাবতো Okay, I think this is, can you see me? Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone, dignitaries present here today, and friends. I am really grateful to Smita for having, and ICOMOS and GMDA for inviting me to present a small history of the growth of Guwahati and Pragjyotishpur, and of course to suggest some ways of carrying this, our heritage forward. Time is very limited, so I cannot go into much details, but I will just mention a few stages of the development of Guwahati as a city, and then I would rather spend some more time in suggesting how we can take our attempt to save our heritage forward. I will not talk about Guwahati. We all know that it is straddles the Brahmaputra on the borders of Meghalaya. It is naturally very beautiful, surrounded by hills, by rivers, by wetlands and valleys. So it's a very beautiful natural environment, and earlier it was known as Pragjyotishpur, which translates, as you know, to the city of Eastern light and learning. And this Pragjyotishpur was identified with what is today modern day Guwahati. The history of this place, as we know, dates many, many years back. It has been mentioned in the epics, both the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And at that time, we know that Pragjyotishpur was the capital of the Kamrupa kings and was an important urban center during this mythological period. And here, the kings were ruling over. It was supposed to be a beautiful city with tall buildings and beautiful buildings, and it had, the Vishnu Purana says that this city was at par with Indra's heavenly abode. This is what it says. I mean, we all know that this heavenly abode no longer exists, but the description of the city really makes us, wonder how from this heavenly abode we have the present-day Guwahati. And Pragjyotishpur was also a very well-defended city. It was, many nooses, I believe, were constructed by architects, and the edges of these nooses were very sharp like razors. And so the city was protected not only by the hills surrounding it, but with also all kinds of embankments and nooses, and so it was a protected city. Now the site of ancient Pragjyotish seems to be, as I have said, with a number of temples of immense architectural importance. Here I must mention, before I go further, that Kamrup kingdom was known for temple architecture. We have very, very little, in fact, we have no archaeological or literary evidence of any residential architecture or anything of the type till the coming of the Kamrup came into contact with the Muslims invasions. The Ahoms did have certain residential structures made of timber, like the Hingori ghors and things, but they were not very permanent in nature. So we do not have archaeological or literary evidence of any residential structures. So in the first part of the history of Kamrupa, we mainly see temple architecture. Now, here already in the morning session, in the inaugural session, our honorable chief guest had mentioned about Huyen Sang. When Huyen Sang visited Assam during the time of Bhaskara Varman, he had referred to temples of Brahmanical system, many temples existing in this area affiliated to the Brahmanical system, and one of the main attractions was the Kamakhya temple. And in fact, actually, King Naraka had come to fame on the basis of protecting the Kamakhya temple, and also on the basis of having built a flight of steps from the base of the Nilachal hill to the top of the temple. There's a beautiful legend associated with this story. There's no time to narrate this tale, but I think all of you must be knowing about it. Now, from the 4th century, Pragjyotisha came to be known as Kamrup. Kamrup, because here Kamdev, who had once been turned into ashes by Shiva because of having disturbed his meditation, Kamdev regained his form here. He regained his life and his form here, and because this reformation took place here, this place came to be known as Kamrup. That is what legend says. And we hear the name of Kamrup first in Samudragupta's Allahabad inscription in 4th century AD, which says that this was a frontier kingdom. Samudragupta's frontier kingdom. So this is the historical period of Kamrup. The historical period of Kamrup begins from mid-4th century AD. We presume that even when the kingdom came to be known as Kamrupa, Pragjyotishpur continued to remain the capital. The architecture of ancient and medieval Assam flourished in the monuments of Kamrupa between 4th and 12th century. And during this period, the period of 4th century, we begin with the rule of the Varman dynasty. Pushya Varman was the first king, and then followed by the Salastambhas and the Palas. So during this period was a period of great architectural, developments throughout the country, and as we find that the similar thing had happened here also. As the Varmans, the Salastambhas or the Palas ruled over Kamrupa, there was definitely monuments flourished, temples flourished. But here again, I must, before I proceed again, I must bring one thing to your notice, that though these dynasties had ruled over the Gangetic Valley and the Brahmaputra Valley both, their ideologies were same for building the temples, but there was a very clear distinction in the temples which they had built in the rest of the country and the temples which they had built in Kamrup. This is why I feel, though it is temple archaeology, not just residential archaeology or other buildings, this archaeology is very, very important. This architecture is very, very important because it was very distinct, built by the same dynasties, but very distinct. It had certain very clear traits of Kamrupa, and it was very much in line with the natural surroundings. During the Palas, Kamrupa witnessed prolific building activity. And though the dominating material of all the temples at this time was stone, brick was also seen to have played an equally important role. In fact, the architecture became the basis of activities for the later medieval period. Now here we see the gradual, if you look at I have just taken 4 examples to show the gradual development from Kamakha temple to the modern Kamdev archaeological complex, then to Umananda and to Ashwakanda. Now I don't think I have time to show the differences in detail, but I must tell you that though they are separated, though these temples are separated in time, they're separated in the scale, they're separated in their structural forms, they all represent a very indigenous Assamese aesthetics. They represent the Palasena classical stonecraft, and they represent Shakta Tantric symbolism. Later influences also, which were brought about by the Koch rulers and the Ahom rulers, they also gradually got integrated into these designs, and we find that there was insight into regional identity, religious evolution, engineering practices across a millennium of Assamese history. Now the Kamakha architecture, all of you know. I don't think I will go into the architecture, but here again, as far as Kamakha is concerned, here I would like to say that in the Garbhagriha, the yoni which is found and which is watered by the underground spring throughout the year, this is a feature which is architecturally very, very significant. Why? Because it creates a sacred environment where natural landscape and religious symbolism merge in a very seamless manner. You know, I mean, though we have all sorts of legends connected to this yoni and the spring there, but if we look at it in a realistic manner, we see that there is a very nice symbolism there between the natural landscape and the religious symbolism. Now the temple displays a layered history, as we know, because the first part was built in ancient times. Then it shows influences of Pala, art, Koch patronage, medieval Assamese orientation, and the feature panels, gods, apsaras, thing. I would not like to go into the architectural details here. Second, the Madan Kamdev is the next advancement, I would say, the Khajuraho of Assam. It has numerous temples, also patronized by the Pala kings mainly, and supported by Koch kings also. But here, though it has the same Nagara influence, we see, I will show you a diagram just now, where the style of the Nagaras are varying. The style of the Garbhagriha, everything is gradually, there is a varied thing. The third advancement is the Umananda temple. Now, Umananda temple is situated in we all know, on a hill. And the temple was originally built by the Koch kings, giving it a layered architectural character also, because the Ahoms came and repaired that. And this also has a Nagara Shikara with a tall, but this is not dome-shaped as in, the Shikara is not dome-shaped as in Kamakha. It is curvilineal tower rising above the sanctum. So this is more in line with the Nagara style in other parts of the country.
The gate is GMDA creation.
Pardon?
The arch.
The arch is created by GMDA. The temple is, yes, here is the temple. The gate is more recent.
The architect is
yeah. That, now the temple you can see. But here again, as I say, the temple is, the builders have very ingeniously incorporated the rocky terrain into the design. So this is what I feel is very important. The base of the temple is primarily stone. The upper portions show the use of brick and lime and mortar, typically of Ahom period repairs. So what I'm trying to highlight again in all these temple forms is the integration of natural landscape with built forms, which lends these temples a very unique architectural harmony. Then we have the fourth stage of development before 12th century AD is the Asaklanta temple. Here again, the Asaklanta temple, I have said that it is on the north bank of Brahmaputra and combines Kamrup traditions with the Ahom influence. It is most probably it is associated with King Siva Singha, but the temple follows the Nagara style, which is very similar to Umananda, except that the Shikhara is much bigger. Now, if we look at all these temples, we see that in spite of the common ideologies and beliefs of the Guptas, the Varmanas, both in the Ganges and Brahmaputra valleys, we notice that they maintain different tempos, and to some extent they have absorbed divergent extraneous elements which give them individual characters in Kamrup. Now these are the four styles where we see how the Shikharas are differing. The Kamakhya temple, modern Kamdev, Umananda and Asaklanta. The Kamakhya has a hemispherical dome, not a curvy lineal Shikhara. Modern Kamdev has one but smaller. Umananda temple has a curvilinear Shikhara, whereas Aswakranta has a larger one than Umananda. Now, in the later part, from the 18th century, we find again, we do not find till this period of time, we don't find any residential architecture. Again, we find only temples, the origin, there was a rich, again, heritage of temple building. We have the Navagraha temple in the 18th century, which is supported by inscriptions, and this belongs to the reign of Rajaswar Hinga, son of Rudra Hinga. Now, here we all know it houses the the lingams of the 9 celestial bodies or the 9 planets. What amazing thing I would like to say about the Navagraha temple is, you know, when the Ahoms built temples, they also always built a pond with the temple. This was something very special. And the Hill Pukhuri, or the, as you all know, Hill Pukhuri, it was early known as Naukunia Pukhuri because it had 9. It had 9 corners, believed the 9 associated with the 9 planets. Now, it is believed that when you bathe the idols in Navagraha, there was a system where the water used to come and fall in Hilpukhuri. So this tank commanded the status of a holy tank because it was believed that the bath water of the idols of Navagraha used to flow down to this tank. Now, this is very, very important. There was also an inscription there, which is now in the State Museum. But this is very important. But look at the state the pond is in. It is hardly used, very badly kept, not looked after. It is pathetic to see that. But there is so much science involved in this, connected to the Navagraha temple. How this water is coming down to this tank, we are yet to find out. So it is not just a question of preserving that temple. I think the tank should be equally important in our mind. Similar with the Ugratara temple. The Ugratara temple, which is made by Siva Singha in 1720, there's a rock inscription just next to the temple, which is standing, but very often we see garbage heaps in front of this inscription where you can't read the stone inscription. And connected to this temple, we have the Jorpukhuri. Jorpukhuri provided water, drinking water, not only to the temple premises, drinking water, bathing water, water for washing the offerings to God, but it was also very, very important because it connected that temple with a canal to the Brahmaputra. And every time Siwa Singha came from Sibsagar to pray in the temple, he used to use this underground canal, the Naujan canal, to reach the temple. But this canal is no longer there. The British period, the canal was closed, and there was a road constructed in between the pond, and that was divided into two parts. So what, we have in our records that when the British came, they found 300 water ponds dug by the Ahoms in Guwahati. 300. Now we barely have 2 or 3 of them. They have all been filled up. They are no longer existing. So we not only look at the temple, but everything associated with the temple must also be taken care of. Yeah. I believe I only have 5 more minutes. So then I won't go much further, but I would say that the actual, then when the colonial period came, when the British came, they started building, they started pecking the area with masonry buildings, and they had their own designs. Some characteristics were steep roofs, frames made of detailed wooden joinery, then walls constructed out of ikora and bamboo, tall ceilings. I won't go into much of the details, but after following the earthquake of 1897, when many of these houses were broken down, then there was some renovation. We must take those into consideration when we think of planning our smart city. Because here, given Assam's vulnerability to earthquakes, people began adopting a construction approach that involved timber frameworks and wall panels crafted from bamboo mats and ikora reed. So these things are important, which we must keep in mind. And mostly local resources began to be used as building materials. I have given in my presentation what were the local materials which were used. Most of the houses were L or U of U configuration, L or U. I have made, from intact, we have listed 100 houses in the Jurpukuri, Pan Bazar, Hasi Bazar areas of Guwahati. 2 years back we did the listing. Today I think 70% are not there. In 2 years' time, 70% of those buildings built during the colonial period have disappeared. Some are still remaining, and I wish, in 1853, the Guwahati municipality was formed, and from there, then onwards, proper Pan Bazar, Uzan Bazar had significant residential settlements. Here I am just giving you the pictures of some of the bungalows which still exist but which need renovation. Cotton College, Principal's Bungalow, the Cotton College itself, the Chatribari Hospital. Then in Fasi Bazar we have that Bargola, the first shop there. Then some of the tea planters, doctors, lawyers sourced materials from as far as England, Poland, Belgium and Ireland. Now here I'll show you an example of the Northbrook Gate, which was built to receive Lord Northbrook, who visited Assam in 1874. Now to build this, bricks were procured from various sources since they were not manufactured in Assam. And lime surkhi mortar, or a granular form of brick powder, was used for constructing the walls. The 12 arches adorned this gate, 5 each along the length and 1 each, and they're a unique example of Indo-Gothic architecture in the region. But this gate is also in a very peculiar, very pitiable state, and we don't know which day it's going to collapse. There are recreational buildings like the Maharana Athletic Club, the Bijuli Cinema Hall. This is the Maharana Club, the Bijuli Cinema Hall, which was the first cinema hall of Assam. Then there is some portion of the Guwahati's historical landmarks are in satisfactory condition. The Chief Justice Bungalow, the DC's bungalow, which has been renovated, they are in a satisfactory condition. Now, in the end, I would like to conclude by saying these rapidly urbanizing cities with uncontrolled growth and informal expansion pose a significant risk for irreparable cultural and natural resources. Here, I would like to make a few observations. There is too much of priority given to infrastructure development, poverty elevation, and job creation. As a result of which, rather than restoring their existing built heritage, many are choosing to sell their residences, leading to rapid urban. For example, repairing or conserving old buildings is very, very expensive and not possible for individuals to do it. Pardon?
Be able to guide you to make you understand that it is actually cost effective.
I wish you do, because there are so many buildings here. People say they cannot repair it,
Mr. Guwahati here, and he's now fully trained to do it.
Yeah. But what is happening, you see, some of them had pillars brought from somewhere, iron brought from somewhere, and matching that and repairing these houses. So, and of course, they find it more profitable also to give it for some other purpose. I mean, when these people come and offer a huge amount of money for the plot of land, they say, we will give you this, you build a high-rise building, and we will give you 2 flats. It's very tempting for people. And they give off this, I mean, heritage value is understood by very few people. This is the reason. I mean, they can always, besides, I would say, even if they renovate their old building and use it for other purposes, they can hire it for a purpose of a shop, they can open a restaurant instead of pulling down the building. But this is not done. My suggestion would be that, when we are taking on work for the smart city, we must, because it is so important that this point of heritage is kept in mind, that we don't fill up ponds, we don't break down buildings which are not necessary. There must be someone in the Smart City Committee or in the GMDA committee, wherever it is, in whatever way possible, who can point out the risk of heritage, losing heritage, while planning something. I must tell you, in the smart city management in Lucknow, in Jaipur, in Bhopal, an MOU has been signed between the government of the state and the INTAC, where it is said that one member of INTAC must be present while planning so that they can point out what is of heritage importance. So this sort of thing must be done. And second very important thing I would say is that listing and documentation. We are very, very ignorant about the use of listing and documentation. Unless we have a list, unless we have a document of what are the houses here which need conservation, what are the houses that need preservation or the government's attention, we do not know. We have no list, nothing. The government does not possess a list of the important heritage points in the city. This is very, very important, I feel. We have to keep this in mind. And I think I'm passing, my time is almost over. But with these words, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity. We are, last I would like to tell you, we had also earmarked 100 heritage trees. Very big trees, almost 100 years old when the British came. We had earmarked and we were planning how to label the trees. Someone told us you cannot put the label on the body of the tree. So we were planning how to put the labels. We thought we would mark it as a heritage tree so that every time someone passed, they would see that this is a heritage tree. But by the time we were doing this, the trees have gone. So this is another point I would like to tell you. I mean, obviously, there must have been a necessity, but at least we must know what was there and you know why they have gone. Thank you very much.
You want to?
I think the next one will come and
It's okay.
put it off for you.
Do this. Let's put it here.
Hey, that cross that
It's controlled from here. Professor Bora, thank you very much for that very enlightening, sometimes alarming, but thought-provoking address. Thank you. Our next speaker in this panel is Sri Pankaj Sharma of the Forest Department with a specialization in wildlife. Sri Pankaj Sharma is a retired Divisional Forest Officer of the Assam Environment and Forest Department who served in various capacities across major protected areas like Kaziranga National Park and Nameri National Park. He began his career in 1986 as a range officer after training from 1984 to 86, working initially in the Working Plan, Lower Assam Circle, Guwahati, and later at Laukwa Wildlife Sanctuary from 1990 to 91 under the Digboy Division. And then as range officer of Bagori Range of Kaziranga from 1993 to 1997. From 97 to 2003, he served at Nameri, followed by a posting at Dibru Soikwa Wildlife Sanctuary, Guijan until 2008, then as forest school instructor at Jalukbari, and later as ACF in Guwahati Wildlife Division. He rose to DCF and later became the senior wildlife warden at the office of the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Wildlife, finally assuming charge as field officer of Nameri Tiger Reserve before retiring on 30th of June 2022. A keen bird watcher, he has co-authored checklists of birds of Kaziranga and Nameri National Park with findings published in the journal Folktale. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sri Pankaj Sharma.
Good afternoon. Thanks to GMDA and SMITA for inviting me to give an opportunity to speak. I'm not giving a very elaborated environmental lecture, but I'm just talking about a little bit about Guwahati environment. So this is Guwahati, the red mark. This is your metropolitan Guwahati. And we know we have surrounded with hills in and around Guwahati. So these are the hills which are marked here. And this other two yellow thing is, this is Amsang National Park, Wildlife Sanctuary. The downward is known as Khanapara Reserve Forest, and other one is known as the Amsang Reserve Forest. And this yellow marking is your Diporbil Wildlife Sanctuary. So if we see this whole Guwahati, then one thing we know, that we had a large catchment area whole in Guwahati. And now we talk about the flooding, artificial flooding in Guwahati, only because of vanish of this catchment areas in Guwahati. So at this moment, this Diporbil is the major water body in Guwahati where the whole water drains to Diporbil and goes out to Brahmaputra through a small channel. It's known as Khanamukh Nala. So Khanamukh Nala, the condition is such that due to the development and lot of work, it is shrinking such a way that water from Diporbil is difficult to go out. These are some reserve forest which exist within Guwahati and around Guwahati. So South Kalabahar, we know where we have that GMDA hospital, just back of it, that is South Khanapara. Fortasil Reserve Forest, it is in name, but there is hardly any forest left. Gotanagar Reserve Forest is just on the south of it, where Excel Hospital is there. Hangarabari Reserve Forest still exists because we have State Zoo right on the site. So we have little bit of Hangarabari. Horonia Reserve Forest. Right in the middle of Guwahati, we have Horonia Hill. How many people knows that there is a reserve forest? We have 5 square kilometer reserve forest in Horonia. And we have seen the situation at Ye. Garbhanga Reserve Forest, yes, it is there, right on the south of Guwahati. Is contiguous with the Meghalaya. Rani Reserve Forest, it is on the south of Garbhanga. It has little bit of forest, but lot of pressure. And besides, 2 protected area, Diporbil and Amsang. So I just want to give in a little bit emphasis on Diporbil. Diporbil is one of the freshwater lake which gets water by 2 rivers. One is Kalmoni River and Bohisto River. These are the 2 rivers which feeds the water. In summer, it goes beyond 20 square kilometers, and in winter, it shrinks half, and depth of the water goes down. Out of this 20 square kilometer, only 4.1 square kilometer is notified as a wildlife sanctuary. Only 4.1 square kilometer. But whenever we think in summer when we see the Diporbil, we see right up to Dharapur, Tiniali, and everybody thinks that this is sanctuary, but that is not the sanctuary. This area has been notified as a Ramsar site. This is one of the most important bird area. So biodiversity observe, we have last count in 2025 January, there are about 105 species has been identified or recorded. That this species congregation is going up year by year. So 23, there was only 96 species. Bird migration like grey-legged goose, white-eye pochard, gadwall, these are the migratory bird which comes from the Himalaya just for foraging. And we have several threatened species like spot-billed pelican, lesser adjutant, greater adjutant. Greater adjutant and lesser adjutant, if you see about the greater adjutant distribution, we get in the eastern India up to Southeast Asia. Earlier we get this greater adjutant in and around Calcutta, but this bird is vanished from Bengal. When this Salt Lake Stadium was built on garbage dump, the last count of this bird was 105 in Calcutta. But when this stadium has come up, this bird is vanished from that. So now the highest population of greater adjutant stork we found in Assam and in Bangladesh. These are some pictures. This is this grey-legged goose. This is one of the migratory birds. There's the characteristics of these birds that they fly above Himalaya Everest. They fly at an altitude of 37,000 feet while flying to India. This is one of the most rare birds. This is called white eye. This is ferruginous pochard, otherwise it is called. The identification of this bird is easy because of its white eye. This is pelican. This is adjutant stork. The left one is lesser adjutant. The central one is the greater adjutant. This is known by everyone, I think. We call it Horali, But interestingly, there is two species in it. Paputa, I think you can make it. The larger one is known as a greater whistling teal. Other one is the lesser whistling teal. This is one of the most endangered bird now, this greater whistling teal. But we commonly say that Horaliha Sabotabai, but we don't get Horaliha everywhere nowadays. It's a fresh water, as I said. Besides, this is one of the fresh aquatic area, and it having the very diverse aquatic fauna, fish, amphibians. But the biggest problem we are facing at this moment, as I said that Bokhista and Kalmani River is the main feeder. We have the largest garbage dump of Guwahati is on the east of Dipor Bill, that is Boragaon. So all toxic waste, it drains to Dipor Bill. And now the aquatic floral population is coming down. Fish population is gone. Almost it's quite disturbed. And amphibian, I think, hardly there is any study is going on. But the most importantly, this Dipor Bill is one of the major elephant habitat area where the seasonal migration of the elephant takes place. So we know very well the elephant, for elephant, water is much more necessary. It must take bath once a day, and it has to take 300 liters of water to survive themselves. So the amount of water they drink, they need more water to keep their skin clean. I think you have noticed many of the elephant, once they go to the water, they play like a child. When it comes out, they just brush mud or dust on the body. The reason of it, the elephant having very thin, what is called, the skin, so thin that if there is a fly bites, it irritates so much. That's why they either spray mud or dust just to get rid of this game. And Dipor Bill is situated in such an ideal place that on the north we have Garbhanga, and if you see the whole configuration of this landscape of that, if you go little south, you get the Meghalaya Nongpur Reserve. Then if you go little bit east from Nongpur, then you get Manakdola Reserve Forest. And if you come north, then you get the Amsang Reserve Forest. But at this moment, this movement of the elephant, which is much needed because of their wide variety of food choice. But in Guwahati, the biggest problem we have, ma'am also mentioned it, development and conservation cannot go hand to hand. If we go for the conservation, then we have to deprive development, and if we go for the development, there must be some destruction. So we have maximum destruction of environment, not only in Guwahati, in all over Assam, all over Northeast rather. I want to mention about the Amsang. This is, as I said, that Amsang and Khanapara Reserve Forest together,
78 square kilometer area is notified as a wildlife sanctuary. This is lung of Guwahati. Such a beautiful forested area, diversity of the forest is such that we get, this is one of the best area in Guwahati. Look at, pardon?
Jubin Khetra now,
Jubin Khetra North. This is the biodiversity hotspot, last refuge for the elephant, and this is also a important bird area. The threat is, yeah, I'm just finishing. So on the east of Amsang, we have Narangi cantonment, and on the south of Amsang, we have CRPF cantonment. And these two areas has blocked the whole movement of the elephant. As I said, it could have come up to Diporville. It is completely destroyed. Now there are only 40 plus elephants surviving at this moment. And there is another problem on this. We have on the north of Amsang, we have this railway track. So this is the situation we are surviving with. And if we do not look into about these areas and do not conserve it, I think in near future, we are going to face a lot of problem in Guwahati. So I think I will conclude here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such an amazing exposure to the natural resources in the city.
Thank you, Sri Pankaj Sharma, for this very educative and informative address. Our next speaker is Dr. D.P. Rekha Kohli from the Directorate of Archaeology. Dr. D.P. Rekha Kohli has been serving as the director under the Directorate of Archaeology, Government of Assam since 2013. She has an industry experience of 21 years and running in the domain of archaeology of Assam. She has published several research papers in peer-reviewed journals and also has attended several conferences and workshops in the national and international level. In 2024, she was awarded the Karma Shri Award, which is the Chief Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration from Administrative Reforms, Training, Pension, and Public Grievances Department by the Government of Assam. In 2025, she was also appointed as the Professor of Practice in Majuli University of Culture in the field of archaeology. Please welcome Dr. D.P. Rekha Kohli.
Inscription of Sarayam all because of
I'm sorry to miss this one out. I was not provided this, but congratulations.
You're very hard, but you're heading that team. We celebrated together in Delhi.
Yes, I was also very
Good afternoon all, respected dignitaries and dear participants. At the very beginning, I would like to offer my sincere thanks to GMDA and ICOMOS India for inviting me to this wonderful event. And I'm going to speak on Ambari, an earliest habitation and settlement site situated in also about the cotton area, also about the excavation site at Cotton University, situated in Pragjyotishpur. Off হৈ গ'ল। Off হৈ গৈছে। Slide কৰি এইটো কৰিম নে? টাইমিংটো চাগে হেৰি হৈছে নেকি? অনলাইনে দিছে নি? As time is too limited, so I won't go into details about the history of the word Pragjyotishpur. We know that earliest name of Assam was the Pragjyotisha in ancient times, as mentioned in both the epics Ramayana and Mahabharata, and Kamarupa in medieval times. The Ramayana, which was composed in between 3rd century BCE to 2nd century CE, and it mentions the Kamarupa Pragjyotishpur as the golden city situated in a gold-crested mountain, and it was ruled by a Danava named Naraka. It was ruled by a king named Naraka. Then also Mahabharata, which was composed in between 4th century BCE to between and 4th century CE. It mentions Bhagadatta as the king of Pragjyotisha. Then we find earliest mention of Kamarupa in the first epigraphic records of Samudragupta in the Allahabad Pillar Processti, as Shilabaido has already mentioned. Then thus the Pragjyotisha is the means the country or Janapada, and Pragjyotishpur is the capital city of Pragjyotisha. So it was situated on the southern bank of the river Brahmaputra, and it was the oldest city. It was the oldest name of the Guwahati city. The city was, this is the name of the meaning of the Pragjyotish, the literary meaning, and also meaning of the Pragjyotish, that is also known as city of Eastern astrology, which is maybe we may connect it with the Navagraha temple situated on the Chitrasala hill, which is still a seat of astrology. Then it was, thus the city of Guwahati is a well-planned ancient city, well guarded by fortified walls and gateways. So I am going to speak about one of the oldest habitational settlement found at Ambari and Cotton University, situated in Pragjyotishpur. This is the location of the Ambari archaeological site, situated in the heart of the Guwahati city, and it is one of the important archaeological sites having continuous habitational settlement excavated so far in Assam. This is the only site where we find continuous cultural development from early Christian era to till date. The site is also, it was a science discovery by the Reserve Bank of India when they were digging for construction of their office building and found some images. This is the aerial view of this site, Ambari archaeological site, excavation and after excavation and conservation of the site. This site was first digging was done at this site in 1970-71 by the State Archaeology Department and Department of Anthropology, Guwahati University, and found some images which was shifted to the Assam State Museum. Then this site was handed over to the Directorate of Archaeology on public demand. Now this site is a notified archaeological site under the Directorate of Archaeology, covers an area of 4 bighas, 3 kothas and 7 losas of land. This is the grid map of the structural evidence of the site at the Ambari. This site was excavated in the year 1970-71 by the Department of Anthropology and Directorate of Archaeology under the guidance of renowned archaeologist Professor T.C. Sharma, M.C. Goswami, M.K. Dhavalekar, and J.D. Ansari, and also H.D. Sankalia, eminent archaeologist and professor of Deccan College of Deccan Research Postgraduate Research Institute of Deccan College. On the basis of archaeological findings, they are of the opinion that the site's cultural sequence of the site goes back to the early centuries of the Christian era. That this year during the site, then a series of excavation was conducted at the site from 1987 till 2008-9 in phased manner. During the excavation, art objects found at this site are stone sculptures, kaolin and terracotta figures, and also potteries of different types and shapes, then also semi-precious beads, cowrie shells, coins, etc. This site was visited by Dr. Zakir Hussain, former President of India, and Prime Minister, then Chief Minister, Chief Minister Mahendra Mohan Chaudhary did then in 1969 due to its immense importance of the site. The systematic excavation at the site brought to light different cultural period, and on the basis of pottery, the site was identified by as 4 phases were identified by the Professor M.K. Dhavalekar and J.D. Ansari. On the basis, I will not go details as the time is limited. There are 4 phases where they identified on the basis of pottery. They had ink pot shaped pottery of early centuries, early Christian era. Then phase 2 also. Then phase 2 and phase 3 we find kaolin wares, and medieval period we find green glazed ware. Of this kaolin and Chinese celadon is important, which are exported from the Shankian province of China, and kaolin, and it was in medieval times. Al-Biruni also mentions that there was a trade relation of China with India and Persia and Ceylon. This kaolin wares also find in at the foothills of Meghalaya and in and around Kamrup, Nagaon, also in Nagaon, also in Tezpur and some parts of Guwahati at Nilachal Hill, Soronia, and Nabagor also. That is this both the locally made and imported wares, kaolin wares is used in this region. That but such type of kaolin potteries are not found anywhere in India. So in India, so the M.K. Dhavalekar labeled it as Ambari ware. In 1970-71, the site was carbon dating of the site was made of layer 3, and it was at a depth of 1.2, and it was carbon dating datable to 1030 CE, that is 11th century. It is on layer 3. It was found. It is the structural evidence of the site, drawing of the site at one of the trends. Here we find of these discoveries, findings at the site, we find made of a huge terracotta object, feather-shaped object, which identifies as Mokalinga, and it is correlates with the Kusana period, and also found in the later period also. Then we also find terracotta kaolin figures with beautiful figures which exhibits the artistic works of the artisans, exhibit artistic skill of the artisans found at this site, and it is all these objects are similar with the objects found at Kansan Temple, Kunarak, and datable to 10th-12th century CE. Then we also find some terracotta objects and different terracotta objects and bangles at the site. Then at the site we found about 234 stone sculptures. Some of them are kept in the Assam State Museum, Ambari Gallery, and some are in the Ambari Site Museum at Directorate of Archaeology, and few are preserved at the M.C. Goswami Museum of the Department of Anthropology, Guwahati University. It also includes a large number of images of Surya, Vishnu, and Durga of various sizes. Of this, mention may be made of an inscribed images of Mahisa Mordini with an epithet Sandanaika. It is a beautiful sculpture and drawn with Kirata Mukota, Patra Kundala, and all the Ayudas. It has Kritimukha on the top with Vidyadhara on either sides. This is a beautiful sculpture. Then another beautiful sculpture is a Surya with inscribed as Mitra. Mitra is in Veda. Mitra is identified with, and Mitra is identified as sun god Surya. Then it is also this figure represents the stylistic features of the Eastern Indian school of art. Then we find Tenden Nataraja. It is a unique figure, dancing figure of Nataraja. Because of its uniqueness, the sculpture has been taken to London for India Festival in 1982. This is the in situ picture of the Nataraja finding at the trench. This is another beautiful figure of Ganga and Jamuna with the snake canopy. Here similar with the Amaravati relief, datable to 13th-14th century. Then we also find one stone beautiful relic, black granite relief, lattice work, stylistically similar with the Gupta and post-Gupta period. The many sculptures were stone Shivalingas and sculptures were found there. Then also semi-precious beads were found there like carnelian, jade, lapis lazuli, etc., which indicates trade relation of this region with rest of India and abroad. Then another important finding at this site is the Ambari stone inscription, datable to 1232 CE, found near the Ambari site at the campus of the Handloom and Textile Department. This inscription is important because it is written in mixed Devanagari and Assamese script, and it mentions that sun god Samudrapala had Satra establishment near the royal palace and for ritual performance. This inscription throws light on the chronology of the Ambari sculptures and structural evidence of the Ambari archaeological site, since we also find some inscribed images at the site having mixed characters of Devanagari and Assamese script, and it proves that the site, the sculptures are datable to Pala period. It also indicates trade relation and not a royal patronage of the palace of the during that period, and it was connected. Trade was connected through the Diholi Pukhuri, which is now which was earlier connected with the river Brahmaputra, it was a no-bahar or Panidwar of the during the Ahom period, and earlier it was also connected with the Solabil. So this site was also connected through this channel with the river Brahmaputra. Then we also here find green glass pottery of Turkish Mughal origin, which indicates assimilation of Islamic art with the coming of the Mughals in this region. Then we find a beautiful terracotta panel having the hunting scene, depicting hunting scene and influence of Islamic art. Then we find British coins of different periods of the British coins of East India Company, indicating influence of the British in this region, British influence. Then it is excavation in 2008-9 at Ambari. During the excavation, we find a brick step well. Here with the brick step well, the size of the bricks are similar to the bricks found at Bangar in Bengal, and Koshambi and Hulas in UP, and Singhol in Punjab. All these sites are that belongs to the Sunga Kusana period. So this site, this step well, and also this beaded motif, terracotta beaded motif with on the border is also stylistically similar with the Sunga Kusana period. Here excavation we find 5 layers, 8 layers in this there, and till now excavation carbon dating of this site was made from the layer 3, but also the natural soil was reached at layer 5. So if we do further research, then we can get more authentic dating of this site. Then this is terracotta seal found at this site, which is stylistically similar with the Sunga Kusana period. Then also this on stand, then excavation site, then some of the potteries with different patterns, then Ambari site, then some of the issues. This is another site related to with the Ambari at Cotton University. Excavation was conducted there in 1992. Here we find some of the terracotta plaques. And also, then we recently also in 2020 excavation, while digging for their new administrative building, architectural temple components and unfinished components and beautiful Sujai sculpture was found there. All this indicates that the site is an extension of the Ambari archaeological site. In conclusion, it can be said that Ambari archaeological site represents continuous habitation and settlement from early Christian era to till date, and the excavated findings signify that it is an atelier or artist guild working under craftsmanship or master craftsmanship for religious, trade and other purposes. The finding of semi-precious beads indicates trade relation of this region with rest of India and abroad. And it is an important, Ambari is an important atelier site, is an important site of art activity from ancient Pragjyotishpur Kamurupa as well as up to the British period and till that. Sculptures found at the site of Brahmanical pantheon indicate predominance of Brahmanical cult in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kohli, for this very educative address. Our next speaker in this panel is Sri Abhinibesh Sharma of Vintage Hub, Jorhat, who has a specialization in stories of Guwahati. Sri Abhinibesh Sharma is an independent researcher, publisher, heritage conservator, restorer, and essayist based in Jorhat. Excuse me. He previously served with Tata Trusts as a conservator restorer and later as one of the curators to the Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority for the development of the Brahmaputra River Heritage Center. His work spans archival research, heritage management, and public history. In addition to his conservation projects, he regularly contributes essays and commentary on history, culture, and preservation to journalists and newspapers. He is also the proprietor of Vintage Assam Publications and is actively involved in building archival ecosystems in the region. Vintage Hub, Assam's first museo cafe, bringing together a cafe, archive, bookshop, curio corner, and cultural space, is his latest initiative, created to foster public engagement with history, literature, and the arts. He is the managing trustee of Vintage Hub, an institution situated in the heart of Jorhat. Please welcome Sri Abhinibesh Sharma.
No, I don't have any presentation. I'll just speak. Thank you. শ্ৰদ্ধাৰ হোমেন বৰগোহাঁইদেৱে কৈছিলে যে 10 বা 15 মিনিটকৈ বেছি হ'লে আচলতে দৰ্শকৰ শুনাৰ ধৈৰ্য নাথাকে, সেইকাৰণে মই চেষ্টা কৰিম যে 10 বা 15 মিনিটতে শেষ কৰিম। আচলতে এই গোটেই আজি যিটো পেনেলিষ্টৰ মানে লিষ্ট দেখিছোঁ, তাত মোৰ নামটো অকণ অখজা লাগিছে, কাৰণ ইমান একোটা বিষয়ত বিশেষজ্ঞই কৈছে আছে আৰু মই কিবা থেৰু চিগা বেঙেনাৰ নিচিনা হৈছোঁ। তথাপিও GMDA আন্তৰিক ধন্যবাদ, স্মিতা বাইদেউলৈ আন্তৰিক ধন্যবাদ, আৰু লগতে ICOMOSলৈ যে এই বিশেষ এটা বিষয় উপস্থাপন কৰিবলৈ মোক সুযোগ দিছে। I will speak bilingual, মই অসমীয়া ইংৰাজী দুয়োটাতে ক'ম যাতে সকলোৱে বুজি পায়। আৰু মই আচলতে মোক ইয়াত কোৱা হৈছিল যে গুৱাহাটীৰ কাহিনী ক'ব লাগে, কিন্তু ইয়াততো গুৱাহাটীৰ বহুত পুৰণি বাসিন্দা আছে, গুৱাহাটীৰ কাহিনী কৈ আমাৰ আমনি নিদিওঁ। কিন্তু মই এটা কথাই ক'ম যে নগৰ বা মহানগৰৰ ইতিহাস পঢ়াটো কিমান প্ৰয়োজনীয়। why we should read urban history, সেইটো কিন্তু গুৰুত্ব আমি এতিয়া জনাটো খুব আৱশ্যকীয় আৰু মই সেই তাৰ গুৰুত্ব বা তাৰ যিটো আমি আচলতে কি কৰিব লাগে সেই বিষয়ে চিন্তা চৰ্চা কৰাৰ বিষয়ে বাহিৰেও এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল নলেজ মানে মই অভিজ্ঞতাৰে আজি যোৱা 10টা বছৰ যিধৰণে কাম কৰি আছোঁ বিশেষ কৰিব পৰা নাই কিন্তু কিছু কথা শিকিছোঁ সেইখিনিৰ পৰা যদি গুৱাহাটীৰ ইতিহাস প্ৰণয়ন বা ইতিহাসৰ প্ৰতি সজাগতা আনিবলৈ যদি কোনোবা আগবাঢ়ি আহে তাৰ কিছুমান ইনপুট হিচাপে আপোনালোকে ল'ব পাৰিব আচলতে মোৰ কলিকতাৰ পৰা উভতি অহাৰ পাছত মোৰ প্ৰথম প্ৰজেক্ট ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰ হেৰিটেজ চেণ্টাৰ সেইকাৰণে GMDA লৈ এই চেগতে আন্তৰিক ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ কাৰণ তেওঁলোকে এই সুযোগ দিয়াৰ কাৰণে অলপ বহল আকাৰে বস্তুখিনি ভাবিবলৈ সুযোগ পালোঁ আৰু তাতে গুৱাহাটীত সেইকাৰণে এই চেগতে ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ আৰু গুৱাহাটীৰ ইতিহাস বুলি ক'লে আচলতে মই আহিছোঁ যোৰহাটৰ পৰা যোৰহাট হ'ল আহোমৰ শেষ ৰাজধানী and I have come to Guwahati which is one of the oldest capitals of a ruling dynasty এইটো ইণ্ডিয়াতে সেইকাৰণে ইয়াৰ গুৰুত্ব ইয়াৰ যিটো ইতিহাস সেইটো বেলেগ চহৰৰ লগত তুলনা নহয় গুৱাহাটী সদায় বিশেষ কিন্তু গুৱাহাটী ইতিহাস পঢ়িবলৈ হ'লে আমি কি ধৰণে পঢ়িব লাগিব বাইদেৱে শিলা বৰা বাইদেৱে আজি কৈছে যে আমি ডকুমেণ্টেশ্যনটো সাংঘাতিক আমাৰ অভাৱ সেইকাৰণে সংৰক্ষণ বা কনজাৰ্ভেশ্যনৰ কথা পাতিবলৈ হ'লে তাৰ পতাৰ আগতে কিন্তু আমি ডকুমেণ্ট কৰিব লাগিব আমি মেপিং কৰিব লাগিব আৰু সেই ক্ষেত্ৰত এটা ইণ্টাৰ ডিচিপ্লিনাৰী এপ্ৰ'চ আমি কেনেকৈ ল'ব পাৰোঁ সেইটো বিষয়ে কিন্তু যুৱ প্ৰজন্মৰ পৰা বহুখিনি আগবাঢ়ি আহিব মই ভাবোঁ কাৰণ ইয়াতে কিমানখিনি ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি বা কলেজ আছে আৰু এটা স্পেচিয়েলাইজ ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্ট আছে ইয়াৰ আৰ্কিঅলজি ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টটো আছে কটনত তেওঁলোকে আগবাঢ়ি এই ক্ষেত্ৰত এটা সক্ৰিয় ভূমিকা ল'ব বুলি মই আশা কৰিছোঁ আচলতে আৰ্বান হিষ্ট্ৰীটো আমি কিয় পঢ়িব লাগে মই ইয়াত বিশেষকৈ গুৱাহাটীক কণ্টেক্সুৱেলাইজ কৰিম আৰ্বান হিষ্ট্ৰী পঢ়া মানে আমি অকল মানৱ সভ্যতাই পঢ়া নহয় আমি আচলতে ইক' হিষ্ট্ৰীও পঢ়োঁ আমি পৰিৱেশৰ কথা জানো যে এই যে বিশেষ পুখুৰীটো এই ঠাইত আছিল এইটো নিশ্চয় অকল বিউটিফিকেশ্যনৰ কাৰণে নহয় ইয়াৰ নিশ্চয় এটা উদ্দেশ্য আছিল নৈখন এইফালেদি যোৱাৰো এটা আমাৰ হিউমেন চিভিলাইজেশ্যনৰ লগত এটা ডাঙৰ তাৰ সম্পৰ্ক আছে এই গোটেইখিনি পুংখানুপুংখভাৱে আলোচনা কৰাটো আৰু তাৰ বিষয়ে চিন্তা চৰ্চা কৰাটো মই ভাবোঁ খুবেই গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ আচলতে আমাৰ ইয়াত আৰু এটা কথা ওলায় আৰ্বান হিষ্ট্ৰী পঢ়িলে যে আমি যে মানুহ আজি 2025ত আমি উপনীত হৈছোঁ আমি 2025ত যিখিনি আমি আছোঁ সক্ৰিয়তাৰে আমাৰ বাহিৰতো এটা সময়ত মানুহ আছিলে বেলেগ এটা সময়ত সেই মানুহখিনিয়ে আমি এতিয়া বৰ্তমান যিখিনি আমাৰ সংগ্ৰাম বা যিখিনি আমি ফেচ কৰিছোঁ সেইখিনি কি ধৰণে মোকাবিলা কৰিছিল সেইখিনিৰ বিষয়ে অৱগত হোৱা যায় আৰ্বান হিষ্ট্ৰী ইজ ছ' ভেৰি ইম্পৰ্টেণ্ট ইন দিছ ৰিগাৰ্ড আৰু গুৱাহাটীৰ ইতিহাস দেখিলে আপুনি দেখিব যে নৈপৰীয়া সভ্যতা পৃথিৱীত বহুত আছে আমি নাইল ৰিভাৰৰ কথা জানো আমি চাইনাত জানো আমি মেছ'পটেমিয়াৰ কথা জানো তেনেকৈ মই নিশ্চয় এইটো এটা ধাৰণা যে ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰৰ কাষতো এটা সভ্যতাই গঢ়ি লৈছিল বা গঢ় লৈছিল আৰু বিৱৰ্তন ঘটিছে প্ৰতিটো এই যিটো আমি আজি এই ষ্টেটছটোত আমি আছোঁ সেই ষ্টেটছটো হ'ল ওৱান অফ দ্য অল্ডেষ্ট ইনহেবিটেড এলেকা মানে গুৱাহাটীৰ আৰু ইয়াত অকল ব্ৰিটিছে নহয় ইয়াত মোগলো আছে ইয়াত কোচো আছে ইয়াত আহোমো আছে আৰু লগতে কামৰূপৰ সভ্যতাৰ কথা আমি সকলো অৱগত সেইকাৰণে এই গোটেই কথাখিনি আমি কি ধৰণে ক্ৰনলজিকেলি ভাবিব পাৰোঁ আৰু এইটো আমি কি ধৰণে এতিয়া বৰ্তমান এটা ডাঙৰ এটা ছেক্টৰ হৈছে হেৰিটেজ টুৰিজম আমি কালচাৰেল টুৰিজম বুলি ক'লে আচলতে সেইটো অকণমান গায়েৰা দিয়া হয় এটা হেৰিটেজ টুৰিজমটো এটা বিশেষ কিন্তু এটা ছেক্টৰে আৰু অসমত ভৱিষ্যতে আজি যদি মই 5-10 বছৰৰ কথা ভাবোঁ দ্য নেক্সট বিগ ইণ্ডাষ্ট্ৰী ইজ টুৰিজম মানে সেইকাৰণে টুৰিজমক ভাগ কৰি আমি কি ধৰণে সকলোৱে ইয়াৰ সৈতে চামিল হ'ব পাৰোঁ আৰু অৱদান আমি বিভিন্ন ধৰণে বৰঙণি জগাব পাৰোঁ সেইটো মই ভাবোঁ চিন্তা কৰাটো খুব প্ৰয়োজনীয় হৈ পৰিছে এতিয়া আৰ্বান হিষ্ট্ৰী আমি কিয় পঢ়োঁ সেইটো এটা খুব দৰকাৰী কথা এটা যে গুৱাহাটী আজি কলি বাইদেৱে কৈছে যে আমবাৰীৰ যদি ছাইডটো চাওঁ এই টুকুৰা এলেকা যদি খান্দিলে কিবা না কিবা ওলায় তাৰমানে লেয়াৰ্ছ এণ্ড লেয়াৰ্ছ আৰু লগতে তাহানি এটা ফুটপাথ গুচি হয়তো এটা ৰাজপথ হৈছেগৈ হয়নে সেইকাৰণে ইটছ লাইক এ পেলিম্পেষ্ট মানে সেই বস্তুটো আমি কি ধৰণে তাক লেয়াৰ ৱাইজ পঢ়িব পাৰোঁ সেইটো হ'ব অকল বুৰঞ্জী বিশেষজ্ঞ নহয় কিন্তু আমাৰ সকলোৰে দায়িত্ব এটা বিভিন্ন এটা হিষ্ট্ৰী ফিল্ডটো এতিয়া অকল এটা ডিচিপ্লিনাৰী এপ্ৰ'চ হৈ থকা নাই এটা আৰ্কিটেক্ট আহিব পাৰে ইয়াত কনজাৰ্ভেশ্যন আৰ্কিটেক্ট স্পেচিয়েলাইজ ফিল্ড সেই ধৰণৰ মানুহখিনি আহি ইয়াত কি ধৰণে কণ্ট্ৰিবিউট কৰিব পাৰে এইটো খুব এটা দৰকাৰী এভিনিউ হৈ পৰিছে ডক্টৰ প্ৰদজী ডেকা বিখ্যাত জিঅ'লজিষ্ট আৰু লেক্সিকোগ্ৰাফাৰ তেখেতে হেনো এবাৰ যেতিয়া এটা এক্সকাৰ্ছন ট্ৰিপ লৈ গৈছিল গুৱাহাটী ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি বা কামাখ্যালৈ তেখেতে কৈছিল যে তুমি যে এই চিৰিটো বগাবা কামাখ্যালৈ ইয়াত কিন্তু কেইবাটাও সভ্যতাৰ চিন আছে ইয়াত তুমি নাভাবিবা যে অকল আহোমৰ আছে ইয়াত মোগলৰো আছে ইয়াত কোচৰো আছে যদি কামাখ্যাৰ সেই ধৰণৰ লেয়াৰ পোৱা যায় ভাবিছোঁ গুৱাহাটীখন কেনেকুৱা হ'ব পাৰে এতিয়া আমি যি ঠাইত আছোঁ সেই ঠাই সেই হিলকটো এটা ইতিহাস আছে আমি ইতিমধ্যে জানো যে এইটো খুব সম্ভৱত এটা বহুতে ভবা যায় যে ইয়াত লাচিতৰ কেম্পটো হয়তো ইয়াতে বহাইছিল আৰু ইয়াৰ পৰাই শৰাইঘাটৰ যুদ্ধখন পৰিচালনা হৈছিল কিমান এটা গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ এটা আৰু সেই ঠাইতে এতিয়া পিছত গৈ DC বাংলো হ'ল DC বাংলোৰ পিছত এটা মহাবাহু ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰ হেৰিটেজ চেণ্টাৰ আৰু এই গোটেই এলেকাটোত যিকেইটা বঙলা আছিল মই অলপ দুখ পাওঁ ক'বলৈ যে যদি গোটেইকেইটাই বঙলা থাকিলেহেঁতেন মই ভাবোঁ আৰু অকণ ভাল লাগিলেহেঁতেন কিন্তু সময়ৰ সৈতে বিভিন্ন ৰিকুৱাৰমেণ্টৰ কাৰণে সেইখিনি all the British bungalows were demolished, most of them, except this one. We had a civil surgeon's bungalow, which later paved way for a SP's bungalow. We had a DFO's bungalow. Then we had another bungalow where the planetarium currently stands. আৰু সেই বাংলোটো এইটো কাৰণে গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ তাত কোৱা হয় জেনকিন্স আছিলে বুলি কিন্তু তাৰ বাহিৰেও তাত অল ইণ্ডিয়া ৰেডিঅ' গুৱাহাটী চেণ্টাৰৰ যাত্ৰা আৰম্ভণি আৰু স্বপ্নাল বৰুৱা ছাৰ আছে তেখেতৰ পিতৃ শ্ৰদ্ধা ৰুদ্ৰ বৰুৱা ছাৰ তেখেতৰ মই সকলোৱে জানে তেওঁলোকৰ কিমান এটা সক্ৰিয় ভূমিকা আছিল সকলোৱে জানে সেইখিনি মহিৰোহৰ যাত্ৰা আৰম্ভ হৈছে এনেকুৱা টুকুৰা ঠাইৰ পৰা সেইকাৰণে মই ভাবোঁ আমাৰ এটা দায়বদ্ধতা আছে নাগৰিক সমাজৰ যে সকলো কথা হয়তো চৰকাৰে নাচাব পাৰে কিন্তু আমাৰ দায়িত্ব তেওঁলোকক জনোৱাটো যে এই বঙলাটো কিয় ভাঙিব নালাগে যে ইয়াৰ এটা ইতিহাস আছে আৰু এই বাংলোটো যদি আমি ছাষ্টেইনেবল কৰিব পাৰোঁ ইট অলছ' জেনেৰেট এমপ্লয়মেণ্ট অপৰচুনিটিজ সেইটো বহু ক্ষেত্ৰত চৰকাৰকো সকাহ দিব সেইকাৰণে মই ভাবোঁ এই গোটেই বস্তুখিনি আমি কি ধৰণে একত্ৰিতভাৱে ভাবিব পাৰোঁ সেইটো কিন্তু চিন্তা চৰ্চা কৰাৰ সময় আহি পৰিছে আৰু লগতে এটুকুৰা এটা নেবাৰহুড সেইটো কিয় সেই আকাৰ ল'লে পাণ বজাৰ কিয় এটা কমাৰ্চিয়েল হাব হ'ল উজান বজাৰ কিয় এটা কালচাৰেল হাব হ'ল সকলোৰে কিন্তু এটা হিষ্ট্ৰী আছে আৰু সেইখিনি আমি এতিয়া বৰ্তমান মোৰ মানে যদি আপুনি ব্যক্তিগতভাৱে সোধে মোৰ চিন্তা হ'ল আমি প্ৰতিটো প্ৰজন্মক উঠি অহা প্ৰজন্মক কি ধৰণে উপস্থাপন কৰিম সেই বিষয়ে কিন্তু ভাবিব লাগিব আমি যোৰহাটত এটা বস্তু আৰম্ভ কৰিছিলোঁ কৰিছোঁ ইতিমধ্যে 2 বছৰ অতিক্ৰম কৰিলে এইটো মই এইটো কাৰণে কৈছোঁ কাৰণ আমি 4জনে চাকৰি এৰি আহি পেলাই সেইটো আৰম্ভ কৰিছিলোঁ আৰু মই টাটাত কাম কৰিছিলোঁ ভাইটিয়ে টাটাত কাম কৰিছিল তেওঁৰ লগৰে এজনে IITত কাম কৰিছিলে আমি ভাবিলোঁ যে যোৰহাট চহৰখনৰ ইমান ইতিহাস আছে অকল আহোমৰ শেষ ৰাজধানী নহয় ইট ৱাজ এ বাৰ্মিজ আউটপোষ্ট মানৰ এটা হেৰিও আছিলে চেণ্টাৰ আৰু লগতে ব্ৰিটিছ ছেটেলমেণ্ট আছিলে এই গোটেই কাহিনীখিনি এটা সময়ত গৈ কালচাৰেল হাব হ'ল এডুকেশ্যন হাব হ'ল এই গোটেই জাৰ্ণিটো কিন্তু আমি ডকুমেণ্ট কৰিব লাগিব আৰু ডকুমেণ্ট কৰাই নহয় নতুন প্ৰজন্মক কি ধৰণে তাৰ প্ৰতি আকৃষ্ট কৰিব লাগিব সেইটো আমি মানে এটা মডেল হিচাপে তৈয়াৰ কৰি পেলাই কি ধৰণে উপস্থাপন কৰিম সেইটো চিন্তা চৰ্চা কৰা হ'ল আচলতে যিটো ঘৰত আমি আৰম্ভ কৰিলোঁ সেই ঘৰটো আমি থকা ঘৰ আছিল পিছত আমি এতিয়া অলপ আঁতৰলৈ গ'লোগৈ সেই ঘৰটো 1968 চনতে সজা ঘৰ আৰু তাৰ প্ৰতিটো কোঠালিয়ে এটা পৰ্বজৰ কাৰণে ব্যৱহাৰ হ'ল ড্ৰয়িং ৰুমটো গৈ বুক ষ্ট'ৰ হ'ল মাৰ গোসাঁই ঘৰটো গৈ মুভি ক্লাব হ'ল এটা বেডৰুম গৈ এখন কেফে হ'ল এটা আৰ্কাইভ হ'ল সেইধৰণে আকাৰ পাই পেলাই এইটো অসমৰ প্ৰথম মিউজিয়াম কেফে হ'ল তাত মিউজিয়াম আৰু কেফে যদি একেলগে কৰি দিয়া যায় সেইটো কি ধৰণৰ মডেল হ'ব সেইটোৰ আৰম্ভণি কৰা হ'ল প্ৰথমে ভবা নাছিলোঁ কি আকাৰ পাবগৈ কিন্তু বৰ্তমান এনেকুৱা হ'ল যে যোৰহাটলৈ যদি কোনোবা আহে তেতিয়াহ'লে কোনোবাই সেই বিশেষ মানুহজনে তেওঁৰ কোনোবা লগৰীয়া বাহিৰৰ পৰা হয়তো আহিব তেওঁলোকে কিনি ইয়ালৈ লৈ আহে কাৰণ আমাৰ যোৰহাটত নোডেল পইণ্ট নাই যোৰহাটৰ ইতিহাসৰ বিষয়ে জানিবলৈ হ'লে অসমৰ চাহৰ ৰাজধানী বুলি ক'লে যোৰহাট বুলি কোৱা যায় উই ডোণ্ট হেভ এ টি লাউঞ্জ উই ডোণ্ট হেভ এ প্লেচ ৱেৰ উই কেন লাৰ্ণ এবাউট দ্য টি হিষ্ট্ৰী অফ আছাম অৰ এবাউট যোৰহাট সেইকাৰণে এটা নডেল পইণ্ট হিচাপে আমি ইয়াক গঢ়ি তুলিব পাৰোঁ নেকি তাৰ সেই প্ৰচেষ্টা হিচাপে আৰম্ভ হ'ল আৰু লাহে লাহে দেখা গ'ল যে কেফেখন থকাৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ এটা বৃহৎ পৰিমাণৰ মানে যিটো ইউথ ক্ৰাউড আৰু জেন জি বা জেন ৱাই সেই ক্ৰাউডটো আহিব ধৰিলে আৰু সেই কফি একাপ খোৱাৰ চলেৰে পিজ্জা এটা খোৱাৰ চলেৰে তেওঁলোকে যোৰহাটৰ ইতিহাস বা অসমৰ ইতিহাসৰ বিষয়ে অলপ জানি গ'ল আৰু এইটো হোৱাৰ পিছত দেখা গ'ল যে নাগৰিক সমাজৰ যিটো সহযোগিতা সেইটো হ'ল যে বিভিন্নজনে দেখে আমাৰ যোৰহাটত এটা ডাঙৰ ক্ৰাইচিছ হ'ল বহুত পৰিয়ালৰ অকল দুজন মানুহ থাকে ধৰক তেওঁলোকৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালী বাহিৰত থাকে তেওঁলোকৰ ঘৰটোত কিতাপ পত্ৰ পঢ়ি থাকে বিভিন্ন ধৰণৰ পুৰণি বস্তু থৈ থাকে কিন্তু কাক দিব এতিয়া বহু ক্ষেত্ৰত দেখা যায় যে আমাৰ চৰকাৰীভাৱে পৰিচালিত মিউজিয়ামবোৰত বহুত বস্তু ৰখা হয় কাৰণে কিছুমান বস্তু সেইধৰণে মন দিয়া নহয় সেইকাৰণে বেচৰকাৰী মঞ্চ হিচাপে এইটোক গঢ়ি তুলিব পাৰি নেকি তেওঁলোকে সেইধৰণে বস্তু আমালৈ আগবঢ়ায় তেনেকৈ আমাৰ হাতলৈ বহুত বস্তু আহিলে ছেকেণ্ড ৱৰ্ল্ড ৱাৰ আৰ্টিফেক্ট আহিলে এটা সময়ত যোৰহাটৰ মিউজিকেল হেৰিটেজৰ এজন খুব গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ ফিগাৰ হি ৱাজ এ খাচী হু ছেটেলড ইন যোৰহাট হিজ নেম ৱাজ ডেনিছ বেংকছ ডেনিছ ছাৰে পঢ়োৱা বহুত মানুহ এতিয়া মানে শিকোৱা বহুত মানুহে বম্বেত দপদপাই আছে তেওঁৰ ট্ৰাম্পেটটো আহিলে সেই ট্ৰাম্পেটটো অহাৰ লগে লগে আমি গম পালোঁ যে ডেনিছ ছাৰ ওৱান অফ দ্য ফাৰ্ষ্ট ট্ৰাম্পেটাৰ অফ আছাম তেওঁক যিজন মানুহে ট্ৰাম্পেটটো দিছিল যোৰহাটৰ কুমুদ গল্ডস্মিথ, হি ৱাজ দ্য ফাৰ্ষ্ট। সেইকাৰণে প্ৰত্যেকটা আৰ্টিফেক্টে কাহিনী কৈছে, অৰ্থাৎ গোটেই বস্তুখিনি মানে এটা নোডেল পইণ্ট হিচাপে গঢ়ি তুলি পেলাই সেইটো আমি আৰম্ভ কৰিছিলোঁ। তাৰপিছত লাহে লাহে কি কৰিলোঁ যে ইতিহাসৰ বিষয়ে জানিবলৈ হ'লে আউটৰিচ প্ৰগ্ৰেম কিছুমান কৰিব লাগিব। সেইকাৰণে কিছুমান আইকনিক এষ্টাব্লিছমেণ্ট যোৰহাটৰ ডচন কোম্পানী, তৰুণৰাম ফুকন পথ, পিপলছ বুক ষ্ট'ৰ, কৃষ্ণকান্ত সন্দিকৈৰ যিটো হাউলি, এই গোটেই সেইখিনি স্থানৰ সন্মুখত একোটা হেৰিটেজ প্লাগ বহোৱা হ'ল। এণ্ড উই ডু আ হেৰিটেজ ৱক। আমি প্ৰায় 2 কিলোমিটাৰ ষ্টেজত সেই হেৰিটেজ ৱকটো আমি এমপ্লয়মেণ্ট কেনেকৈ দিছোঁ, জে বি কলেজৰ যিখিনি হিষ্ট্ৰী ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টৰ ষ্টুডেণ্ট, তেওঁলোকে ছামাৰ ইণ্টাৰ্ণশ্বিপ কৰেহি আমাৰ তাত, তেওঁলোকক সেইটো অৱকাশ যে তেওঁলোকে বা উইণ্টাৰত কৰে, তেওঁলোকে সেইটো গাইড হিচাপে মানুহক লৈ যাব পাৰিব ইফালৰ পৰা সিফালে। সেইটো আমি এটা মডেল বনাইছোঁ। মই ভাবোঁ এইটো কাৰণে কৈছোঁ যে গুৱাহাটীৰ ইতিহাসটো যোৰহাটৰ লগত তুলনা নহয়, গুৱাহাটী বহুত পুৰণি ইতিহাস। কিন্তু মই ভাবোঁ যদি গুৱাহাটীটো এই ধৰণৰ কিছুমান পদক্ষেপ ল'ব পৰা যায়, তেতিয়াহ'লে আমি ইতিহাস কিমান গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ আৰু নতুন প্ৰজন্মৰ কাৰণে কিমান আচলতে ইয়াৰ মানে প্ৰয়োজনীয়তা, সেইটো বিষয়ে অৱগত কৰিম, কিন্তু নতুন ধৰণে, নতুন শৈলীৰে। আৰু সেইটো মই ভাবোঁ এটা আমি মডেল হিচাপে আমি ইয়াত ল'ব পাৰিম বুলি মোৰ দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস। ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ শ্ৰী অভিনিবেশ শৰ্মা for your very dynamic, vibrant and interesting address. A felicitation di kora nohoisil. আপনার এই ইনিচিয়েটিভ যোৰহাটত তাৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ শুভেচ্ছা থাকিল আৰু ফৰ দ্য ৰোড এহেড। আৰু এইটো ক'বলৈ বিচাৰিছোঁ যে ইয়াতো এটা হেৰিটেজ ৱক আয়োজন কৰা হয়। শ্ৰী অচিন্ত শৰ্মা, তেওঁ এই আমাৰ প্লে ৰাইট, তেখেতৰ নাম কি, অৰুণ শৰ্মা দেউৰ পুত্ৰ। সেইটো অৱশ্যে জাৰকালি যেতিয়া সুবিধা হয় এইটো কৰে, বাৰিষাত কৰিবলৈ দিগদাৰ হয়, কিন্তু আপোনাৰো এইটো ইনিচিয়েটিভ বহুত শুভেচ্ছা থাকিল তাৰ প্ৰতি। This brings us to the end of the first session. Before we start the second session, is there any need for a tea break or anything like that? Okay, so we just go. We step on the rolling ball. At this stage, I have just been informed that the GMDA town planner, Sri Rishiraj Sharma, would like to say a few words to the gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is my privilege to speak a few words about the heritage city, the series that has been initiated by ICOMOS, Intech, and all the expertises. So now, with the capacity of the town planner of GMDA, I'd like to highlight few points about the heritage of Guwahati. First of all, everybody has mentioned many things like historic perspective and the relation between history and heritage and the cultural timeline, historic timeline, everything has been touched. But specifically from the point of view of GMDA, there is a legal point for heritage. Like, first of all, we need to identify the heritage structures of the city. Like if we directly go with the terms of urban planning. So some methodology and some policy should be in place, maybe to empower GMDA, or maybe to empower Guwahati Municipal Corporation, or maybe the state government to establish a new authority for notifying and identifying and declaration of the heritage, architectural heritage, cultural heritage, and within what parameters the heritage buildings to be identified, that has to be clearly mentioned. I specifically mentioned the Model Building Bylaws 2016 that was published by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, where they have emphasized to establish a heritage management committee within the local authority. And that may be a big game changer for the Guwahati, because GMDA is preparing the master plan. For the first time, the whole master plan is preparing under GIS platform. So in the GIS platform, we have ample of scope that we will go and map the heritage buildings, heritage preachings, and all other cultural lines, everything which are present physically on the ground. So for that purpose, obviously, the expertise from you would be required, and the GMDA will be very happy to welcome you on board to map all the heritage buildings and architectural heritage with the city of the Guwahati. But the point is that within what parameters, by what guideline, by what policy, the local authority is going to notify a building or one structure as a heritage structure for the city. That is the first and foremost thing we need to do. So for that thing, actually, the outcome from this event, we expect that some suggestion from your side also, maybe officially, maybe unofficially, you can send us the recommendation through our email, or maybe physically you can come and discuss with us later on, or maybe you can submit some write-ups to the GMDA, so that we can take up this matter with Government of Assam, and then we can identify the heritage structures of Guwahati. Because it's a very important part, because Assam is not like any other states like Gujarat or Rajasthan, or where you have massive architectural heritage, and Assam has not come across the era of Mughals, big era of Mughals and big era of Britishers. So we have different types of touches of architecture from Southeast Asia, so different types of architecture, different types of climate. It's combination of rain, the combination of seasons, the combination of landscape that we have, the types of building materials we have. Because if you go back to the timeline, we can see the building materials which were obtained from our own resources like bamboo and wood and all, to how we are creating the buildings. And later period of time when Mahapurush Srimanta Shankardev came, then he started the Satra culture, then maybe how the cultural practices were done in the Satras, and some kind of experiences and some kind of research to be done on the heritage part. And then definitely we can incorporate those heritage, and then in second part we can think about the preservation policies of the heritage. So for the preservation policies of heritage also, we need to formulate some kind of guidelines and policies that by what methodology and how we can preserve those heritages, and what will be the role of different stakeholders, what will be the role of the local authority, how much we can extend our support, what type of support, means making a plan or making a design is enough, or shall we make some ground level work, shall we deploy some people. Suppose we have renovated this building with the help of third party, that sort of how the cash will come, how the financial part will handle, and after that, how we are going to bring people into the heritage to understand its past history, past beautiful stories, so that our future generation will want to know how the footfall can be done, how it will be managed, how financially it will be viable, how wear and tear and management, everything will be done. That is one part. Even there is a provision of TDR also. It is mentioned in our TDR policy that if you have a building, heritage building, if you surrender the heritage building, then the remaining part of the built up area can be converted into TDR, and that TDR certificate will be given to the person. Even we have seen in Ahmedabad also, they have started the heritage TDR system. If somebody is going to maintain the heritage building, wear and tear and renovation and all, that cost to be incurred from the issuing of the TDR from the local authority. So there are sorts of possibilities are definitely there. And GMDA is definitely, from the perspective of urban planning, GMDA is very interested to go with that. And obviously, we have to say very clearly that in our government or in our authority, we don't have any sanction post of conservation architect or somebody, which is a big gap, I think, from the point of view of the heritage, because we have to gather here from several expert groups like historians, different architects are here, landscape architect here, conservation architect are here, but still neither in PWD or neither in town planning or neither in any other department, we have the sanction post of conservation architect. For that purpose, actually, there is a gap of in-house study, there is a gap of in-house research. So that's why identification of the cultural and architectural heritage, even though the existence of INTAC or ICOMOS, it's still not be done as expected, because few of the buildings I have seen the renovation have been done in Upper Assam, Tolatal Ghor, so they have properly, beautifully renovated. In Guwahati also, the North Brook Gate and Gateway of Assam has also been renovated like 10, 12 years ago. And all other buildings, which buildings are basically owned by the private entities, private people. So, the madam has shown the ancient building of Maharana Club. Maybe in Ujan Bazar area also we have lots of buildings. Raman Borua sir and Dipen Borada, their building also, own building. There are many Assam type and all types of building which has different types of carvings, different types of roofing, this architecture. Still the massing of the building, the height of the building, the architecture of the building is completely different than what we are following on the trend. So those sorts of building, if it is owned by the private people or private entity, is may be brought into the consideration of heritage or not. So that is an platform to think about that. So now, from identification to declaration and the management and the preservation, that a complete timeline definitely we have to formulate. And I am very hopeful that from this outcome of this event, then we will go and map the architectural heritage of the city, the area which falls under Guwahati Municipal Corporation predominantly, and then probably we can extend to the area of the GMDA. Then we can find out there will be lots of stories, lots of important things may come up, and then step by step the government can think about it and how to preserve it and how to deal with the heritages. And again, to bring the tourist and to connect all those heritage structure from the part of view of the tourism and for revenue and to maintain and to create a complete identity of the city. Definitely we are looking forward for performing that part of exercise with the help of ICOMOS and your expertise group, which INTAC and all. So with these few words from my side, I welcome all of you to the event, and kindly allow me to conclude my sentences. Thank you so much.
ধন্যবাদ শ্রী ঋষিরাজ শর্মা, আপনার ভ্যালুয়েবল ইনপুটস বহুত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। At this stage, I'm delighted to welcome in our midst Sri Trikalagya Rabha and Dr. Florence Khondikoy Rabha. Sri Trikalagya Rabha has been one of the senior most officers of NF Railway, and Dr. Florence Khondikoy Rabha is an eminent and very popular media, theater, and film, television personality. She's also currently heading the Journalism and Media Department at the Royal Global University. Welcome, both of you. So this is the beginning of the second session for the day. This session will also feature 4 eminent panelists with very interesting topics of discussion. The session will start with Otreyi Khandilya, landscape artist, under La Atelier. The theme which she will present is adaptive urbanization for the historic urban landscape, climate change mitigation parameters. Welcome, please welcome Audrey Condilia.
Can you just open the thing? I think we'll have to open the PPT. So hello everyone. I will be touching mostly from a perspective from the landscape point of view because everybody's been talking about the heritage buildings. My perspective in the presentation will be more towards the landscape identity of the city. So Guwahati, as we see, is surrounded by just screen. Huh? Okay. Yeah. So Guwahati is one of the few cities where urban form is directly shaped by its landform. The city has evolved within a bowl-shaped valley defined by its hills, wetlands, and the river, of course. So, and how we should adapt to this urbanization, because we cannot stop urbanization at the same time. We cannot neglect the existing historic landscape identities. I'll be focusing on landscape. Okay. So what is Guwahati's natural landscape identity? Let's talk about the various themes. One, I would call it the Brahmaputra River and its edge. So everybody is talking about the river, but what about the edge? How do we treat the edge? So that is one. Second, the hill systems. 1 second, I think that's covering my... then the hill systems, which of course has been discussed earlier on also, the various hills which acted as natural fortifications and movement corridors. These hilltops also acted as spiritual anchors. Going to the next one. Sorry, it's not going to the next slide. The next slide. I think it's... Yeah. Okay. Then we go on to the valleys and lowlands, which is also used for as habitation places, agriculture, and as sacred groves. Next, the water networks, which I think we've already spoken about by a lot of other members. But I'll just go on to the beels, the rivulets, and how it has been the settlements for ecological, interactive, and recreational zones in the earlier years and also today. So when we talk about the water systems, ancient Guwahati had an integrated hydrological system. Historically, it functioned, it also connected the natural landforms and the human-made water resources. There was a linkage, the hills, the streams, the pukuris, the wetlands, and the Brahmaputra River. So, but what is happening with the urbanization is that we are looking at beautification, we are looking at pockets, but we are not looking at the whole system and the whole connectivity as a city, how it worked earlier. For example, the Pukhuri network, like I think it has already been mentioned, it was connected to the Brahmaputra. Digholi Pukhuri also again had a connection to the Brahmaputra river. But there is a lack of, we don't find any data, or when we are designing as designers for the Pukhuris or the water bodies, we don't have the old data to study, or the drainage system that existed, or like we had already discussed about the catchment areas. There is nothing to fall back to design. So I think that is where we as designers or the GMDA could also look into this. And if we have a data system where we can actually study what was the earlier, it says there is a connection, but where was the connection? How was it connected? So as designers, it helps us to design, not just for beautification, but what it was earlier. Then I'm just going to go a little fast. Okay, then so what, at the end what I'm trying to say is there was a functional natural system. The natural streams flowed freely from hills into the tanks. There was ecological nodes for biodiversity. There was a natural drainage corridor maintaining groundwater recharge and flood moderation. But again, because of urbanization, which is required, there is localized flooding and erosion, and the solution to this is that we have to look at from a macro level, and we need to study the overall connections. Right now, I think what has happened is there is fragmented planning. There is a master plan, which is a very good initiative, but I think there is a little bit of fragmented planning that happens. So individually, we are looking at areas, but we are not looking at it as a holistic system. Then I am talking about the heritage trees also, which is part of the Guwahati's heritage. So how we can conserve them. Most of them are already gone, as ma'am had already mentioned, but whatever is left, I think we should try and incorporate it and make it part of the policy that they come up with. Then, of course, the ghats. Another thing which becomes the natural landscape identity is, I think, the river-facing ghats. We're talking about the temples, but what about the ghats that connects to the temple? How do we relate this in the modern city? Okay, so Kukleshwar Ghat, the Umananda Temple Ghat, the Ugratara Temple Ghat, not just for beautification once again, to relate to the old heritage. Again, there's the Ghat. Yeah. So then I go on to say what is the way forward to the adaptation. We can't not have urbanization. So the tree cover loss and forest depletion. Maybe we have a forest greening approach. We had a British forest policy in Assam, so why not incorporate this in the new organizations? Then a climate resilient city shaped by connected urban forests. We're losing all the forests. We're losing all the green cover in the process of urbanization. Can we have a policy that protects the forest? Then preservation of trees and tools for vegetation cover index study. So that will help us protect our heritage trees. Community mini forests, I think the government has already taken initiative creating these Miyawaki forests in some areas to develop these mini forests. And policy of biodiversity conservation and policy of land use. What we can learn from global initiative is there was this whole concept of million trees in New York, where a citywide campaign from 2007 to 2015, they planted 1 million trees across streets, parks, public housing, campuses, private yards, and vacant, underused urban land, creating an expanded and interconnected urban forest. So can we think of something like this? Or we can tag the heritage trees or create some kind of a compulsory policy for saving the heritage trees. Then we're talking about flood and mitigation measures. For this, I think this is very I'm sure GMDA is already looking towards it. They're looking towards creating these sponge cities and creating vegetative drains. But so my suggestions will be like creating retention forest parks, using bioswales, restoration of the natural drainage. Like in the earlier times, they used to have these village canals called dongs. Can we take any inspiration from this? Then enhancing connections with the riverfront. So instead of creating these hard edges, maybe we can create more of vegetative edges, and which has that riparian character to stop the flooding. So that is one. Then recharging of groundwater, and of course the use of natural systems, contour-based farming with new technologies, rainwater harvesting, and other new technologies with the old systems. Then again, I'm talking about nature-based solutions like this, the vegetative edge. I mean, you need not have a hard concrete edge. We can look at ways in which you do a combination of both at the same. So this will also help stormwater management and protect the river edge. Community stewardship, bioengineering techniques, because we cannot look at, we are advancing, so we cannot just go with the old techniques. Yeah. This is an example of Singapore, where they converted this old canal into a lovely lake. At the same time, it acts as a bioretention pond. Okay. Then how we can convert our flyovers to underutilized flyovers to these kind of green spaces. This is just showing how the city, the green cover has decreased and urbanization has taken over. So what do we do? How do we incorporate it with the development, and how the government agencies can incorporate such loss in their master plans or the way forward? Okay. Building, so lastly, build a citywide green corridor network anchored on key water bodies and heritage sites. I think that GMDA is already working towards. Prioritize restoration and revitalization of key heritage natural bodies, because I think right now these natural bodies are not really understood or studied well to actually do beautification of. And lastly, design for mental health, community use. Finally, people are living in the cities, so we need to design for mental health and recreation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Atre, for exposing a lot of challenges and possibilities on the way forward for Guwahati. I suppose with the new plans that GMDA has for the renovation of the city, I suppose at the end of this, you will have a better canvas to implement your ideas. Thanks. The second speaker for this session is Srimati Jhumur Kharma of TERI, TERI, who with a specialization in ecological balance. Jhumur Kharma is a research association at TERI, working in the Agricultural and Rural Extension Division. She specializes in applying GIS, remote sensing, and spatial data analysis to support rural development, agricultural planning, and natural resource management. She holds an MSc in Geographical Information Systems from the University of Leeds and a BA Honours in Geography from the University of Delhi. Her expertise spans GIS mapping, environmental and agricultural geospatial applications, field data integration, and geospatial modeling with proficiency in ArcGIS Pro, QGIS, ArcGIS Online, ERDAS, and Python for GIS automation. Please welcome Srimati Jhumur Kharma.
A very good afternoon to everybody present here. I feel very special standing here because a lot of important and people who have a lot of knowledge about the city are here, and I'm very new in this field. But still, I'll try to say something or show something which might create a little thought in somebody's mind. That would be my motive today. So I'm talking of the ecological balance, although we are here today for the restoration, or probably the, not restoration, the safekeeping of the heritage of the city. Yes. Yes. Okay. So my job today is to talk about a report that Terry had published in 2012, which was 13 years back, and to see where we stand today in the city. So I'll not talk about much about the diversity hotspots of Guwahati because we have already gone through that quite a lot. But what I would like everybody to see is this map. This is the LULC, which is called the Land Use and Land Cover Map. I have it from 2019, 2005, and 2010. The red part you see is the urban development or the expansion that is happening. And this is the map that of 2017 and 18. We don't have the LULC of current year because, again, I would like to point out a little bit of a little information that we are not very updated in keeping data, and then data is finding data here is very difficult. So this is 2017 and 18, and it is very sad that the red part is just expanding. It is not coming down. We want the green part to be there, even though we can't stop urbanization, we can't stop urban expansion in any way, but somehow or the other, if there is a way, and when we talk about green expansion, there are many questions which come up, which again brings up many questions. So it's just a chain of thought that doesn't end anywhere. The biodiversity composition of Guwahati. This is something that I would like to point out because we all know what is the biodiversity composition of Guwahati. But what are the problem signals I would like to point out? The fishery report suggests that the fishes are going down in Deepor Bill. Why is that? Because of the pollution. Then the species, the bird species, the migratory birds have stopped coming to Deepor Bill, and we have lost a great deal of, we have lost a very significant aspect because of that, which is called ecotourism, and we are not paying a lot of attention to that as well. It was very important, but we are not paying attention. Another very big signal is that amphibians, frogs are disappearing, if people have noticed that the amount of frogs have gone down. And another very beautiful thing that was there, which we used to, Juntu Ami Junaki Porua boli kau. Guwahati Junaki Porua naikia hoise. Yes, why is that? That is because our environment is our ecosystem is degrading. So we don't have Junaki Poruas, we don't have frogs. Ami barishar samoyot he shobdobur shuna napao. Karon these are small indicators of ecological degradation. Next, I have the critical vegetation lost and forest decline. These are the maps. I again don't have the recent data, I'm sorry for that. But we can see that the non-forested area are significantly increasing. Between 1976 and 2018, that's just 42 years, dense and moderately dense forests dropped to nearly 90%. That is a huge number. By now, we can see that most of Guwahati is mostly concrete. Obviously, we need places to stay, but can we think of some ways where we can also create a green space? Like when I see this heritage site, I see that it is surrounded by beautiful, beautiful trees. When I see Digoli Pukhuri, I see those beautiful big trees. Why can't we protect them is the question. Why do we have to cut them? They were beautiful trees. There is one tree that is left one. There were those trees in front of Robindra Bhavan. those trees are not there. They have been relocated, but I have the question where, but I will not ask those questions because again, controversial. Anyway, so this is very important because this relates to what I am going to speak next, which is about the climate change. So the climate impacts and the temperature and monsoon shifts of Guwahati especially. Guwahati has a humid subtropical climate with hot summers, heavy monsoon rainfall, and mild winters. But over the years, the severity score has, it is 48 out of 100, 0 where there is no climate stress, and 100 is the maximum stress. And we stand at 48 currently. This is a data from 2018. Right now, it has gone up, it has crossed 50. It's worsening at a rate of 5.1% annually, which is a great number. Over 30 years, the compound, that compounds to roughly 2 to 3% increase. It sounds like a very small number. 2 to 3% increase in temperature doesn't do a lot of harm. But what I would like, I just recently visited Shillong during during the last, in August probably. Shillong, I have never seen having fans. This time they had fans in hotels, they had ACs in hotels. I had never seen Shillong without clouds, but this time Meghalaya, the abode of clouds, did not have clouds. This is the change that we will see here as well. Rising water, beautiful river Brahmaputra that I see in front of me, we have that in front of us, but that is also creating these 2 to 3% increase in the temperature will lead to severe climatic conditions like flood, which erratic floods, which we are experiencing on a daily basis, on a yearly basis. It is not going down, it is increasing year by year. It is a problem that we are not able to find a solution for, and probably even after using GIS or even after using every other software, if the people don't come up with solutions, if people don't work together, I don't think so they can be a solution. Today, there are many speakers here who are from diverse backgrounds. But if this approach, the solution that we are willing to find, the solution that we want to find, if it does not become interdisciplinary, then I don't think so there can be any change made. So we have to work together. If you want our heritage to sustain, we also have to think about our ecology. We also have to think about our environment. Because without the environment, protecting the nature won't help, protecting the heritage won't help. The next thing that I would not like to go much into the unplanned urbanization and hill encroachment, but that is the map, the dots that you see, those are the main high vulnerability areas of Guwahati, and the checkmark places are the vulnerable areas. So those are the hotspots. Brahmaputra river and tributary degradation, again, that is because of many things. We do not control where we throw our garbage. We do not see where our garbage is getting disposed. We do not even care to segregate our garbage. It is happening slowly, but people still need to think about separating their wet waste and their dry waste, because that in turn helps the people to segregate or dispose them properly. Monsoon flooding, I won't go into that because we all have been seeing it, and then we all have been mainly going through this crisis for a very long time. The Terry report and the key recommendations that Terry made in 2012, and it has been 13 years since these recommendations were made. First, integrated watershed management addressing drainage basin connectivity was one thing that it suggested. Stormwater management, second. Third, conservation of green areas, wetlands, and natural water bodies. Enforcement of building bylaws on the ban on hill encroachment is what was another suggestion, and the capacity building and community awareness on sustainable development. These are the things that were recommended in 2012. Now we see the implementation progress in 2024 and 25. The initiated things are Assam Urban Water Body Bill 2024, Dipor Bill ESG notification draft. These are the two initiated things that have happened since 2012 in today's dates. The ongoing issues are encroachments are still there, incomplete drainage infrastructure, inadequate green budget. This is the ongoing issue. And the delayed ones, integrated storm water plan, climate resilient urban zoning, and treatment facilities. These are the delayed ones which have not been addressed anywhere. These are the snapshots of the ecological imbalance. We have 87.8% forest lost in 42 years, 12x increase of non-forest expansion. Our climate severity is 48, which is right now even higher. This is the 2018 data. And 40% dependency on groundwater. Even though we have Brahmaputra, but we do not give time for the groundwater to replenish, which is again another problem. If we talk about it, it will bring up more problems. In conclusion, I would just like to say that nature have always helped people grow and discover. A very simple thing, which is a very common thing that we use, that we know now, and which is like every kid knows, is gravity. But for Newton, an apple had to fall on his head for him to realize that, oh, gravity, there's something called gravity. Nature has always helped us to be where we are today. If we do not, and we do not want to reach a stage, or we do not want to reach a phase where an apple, which is bigger, which I don't think so will be an apple with something bigger than an apple, has to fall on our head for us to realize where we stand today. We want heritage to be there. We want people to know what Guwahati is about. We want everything to be there. We want the trees. We want the DC bungalows, and we want more things to come up. We want the old bungalows to be there, which the entire Uzan Bazaar, I just got to know from ma'am that there's one more bungalow that has been sold off to high rises and all of that. Yes, so it's going. So we want that, but yes. But with that, we also want the green spaces. We also want the greenery to be there in Guwahati. Because when a person from North India comes to Guwahati, the first thing they say is, "Arey yaar, itna green hai Guwahati." But we need that green space to be there. We want it to be green and blue, and also with the entire heritage and the legacy of Guwahati. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
All the other girls, they are all prepared. I'm extempo. There's another name. Let them finish with the hard work that they have done. We'll end with a bang. Yeah. The scholars first.
Thank you very much, Jhumur. That was a bit disturbing, bit alarming, but hopeful. And I think the only thing that's be worse than the apple falling on our heads is the sky falling on our heads. And that doesn't seem very unlikely now. We have a slight shift in the next speaker. If you'll allow Urmi Buragohai, will you come ahead of your space? And yeah, okay. From IIT Guwahati, TIC Urban Planner Placemaking Foundation. Please bear with me while I just look for your profile. Urmi Buragohai is an impact leader, urbanist, and placemaker dedicated to shaping living, breathing cities that put people and planet first. A story gatherer and climate-conscious mom, she weaves community narratives into her work on urban resilience and climate action. Beyond her projects, Urmi is deeply committed to mentoring future leaders who are reimagining cities for a more equitable and sustainable future. Urmi is the founding director of Placemaking Foundation, a non-profit organization working to bring about long-term transformative changes to public spaces through meaningful conversations, cross-collaboration, and enduring partnerships. She is also the CEO of Indian Institute of Technology Guwahati in the Technology Incubation Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Urmi Buragohai.
First of all, thank you so much. I didn't want to be the one to speak just before lunch. I know lunch is delayed. Everybody must be hungry. So I'm glad actually to have come up before. And another thing is, I'd like to emphasize that I'm a practitioner. I am not going to talk much about theory. My presentations, a few slides that I've compiled quickly, it will just take 5 minutes. But I just want to highlight some things that are happening on the ground and how this narrative could change slowly in the future. Is there a mouse? Mac is over there. This one is it's working. Yeah. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you, ICOMOS.
I mean, we're grateful to all the speakers at such short notice and to give such insights.
And thank you, Atre, for extending the invitation personally. So I won't get into Pragjyotishpur, you all know about it. But what I want to emphasize is that it's a living cultural ecological system. It's not a static. It is not a static monument, and I'm here to talk about the intangibles of, the things that we don't capture when we talk about heritage, conservation, or even landscape that Atre was talking about. So this HUL, or this technical historic urban landscape approach, was something, a methodology developed in 2011. It's not new. But what it talks about is, when we do master planning, we can layer lots of information on top of it about our ecology, the people, the stories they tell, the partnerships that are involved in shaping a city. It's not just about the physical part of the city. So indigenous ecological memory is something that we have lost in part through these formal processes, because we don't have the documentation, we don't have the data sets that everybody's talked about, there is no information available to build on. But this is what is integral to telling the story of a city, of how it was in the past. We are standing here where the colonial stories have been revived. So, can I play the sound in this? These are just stories that I have gathered through a pilot project. He's telling a story, but it's a very brief story.
Sound is there.
Sound to
Sound is
okay, it's all right. I'll just tell the story.
all right. Just
Just pause it for a moment. Just pause it.
Just space bar.
Yeah. Space bar. Okay. So these are just two snippets I wanted to present, but the sound is not there. Apologies for that. But what I've been doing on ground with the involvement of the community, I cannot claim it as my own. There is a big community of people behind me who are passionate and working on the ground and collecting stories that have not been documented. These are the oral histories of the people who have lived in the city, are seeing it changed, have lived through changes that are happening right at the waterfront. So I have personally interviewed quite a few individuals. These are very lengthy interviews, and I thought I'll just capture some snippets. But these are the stories of the people that could inform, because they contain the memories of how it used to be, knowledge that is getting lost. It's okay, it's okay. So on the left-hand side is Harit Mehdi, who belongs to the fishermen's community, and he had so many stories to regale me with about how, Uzan Bazar, nobody even knows how old that fishing settlement is, how old that market is. It's been there forever. But now it's going through an existential crisis. You can see at the time when I interviewed him, the construction was just happening, and the connection that the market had with the river was already gone. It's a big retaining wall behind. So it was already gone. So he was talking about the days when fish were abundant in the Brahmaputra, so abundant that some of the fishermen who came from far and wide, not just from the local area, used to take their boats to the middle of the river and dump the fish there because fish was plentiful, overflowing. But now what do we have? We import fish from outside. The demand is growing, but the supply is not there. And on the right, he's the head priest of Jurpukhuri. So when I interviewed him, he had memories of it was not just about the religious context of the temple, but he also talked about how Jurpukhuri is linked to Brahmaputra still. And this is, with a bunch of very enthusiastic youngsters, we are documenting the trees around Digholi Pukhuri. Many people have said they are gone. They are not gone. They are still there. It's only the ambari trees along the roadside that are gone. And we want to document these trees before they disappear from our memories, collective memories. And we have documented trees that are more than 150 years old. And once we have that, we want to present that as a pilot to GMDA or whoever will listen, that look, people can do it by themselves. So adaptive urbanization becomes a tool. Atreya talked about adaptive urbanization incorporating landscape, but these stories also become a tool for protecting both the city's past and ensure a climate-secure future. So it is something that we cannot ignore. It is not an add-on to a master plan, but it is something that has to be seamlessly integrated with it. Thank you so much, and I end my presentation with that.
Thank you, Urmi. Our next speaker, who has chosen to stay at the end of the session, and I'm sure rightfully so, is Sri Swapnanil Borua, who belongs to the Assam State chapter of INTAC. Sri Swapnanil Borua is a former IAS officer who served the government of Assam from 1980 to 2016 in various administrative roles. Beyond his civil service career, he has been actively engaged as a translator, columnist, cultural and sports organizer, with a strong association with the promotion of Khatriya culture, Assamese heritage, football, cricket, and adventure sports. Following his retirement, Sri Borua has continued his involvement in youth development and environmental conservation initiatives. He currently serves as co-convener of INTAC, President of the Delphic Council of Northeast, Founder President of the Assam Sports Climbing Association, and President of Hongit Khotro. He is also the author of several notable books, including The Heart Left Behind, Guwahati, Tale of the City, Whiff of Change, The Pandemic, and more. Tea, The Elixir of Life, Random Thoughts and Jottings, History of Assam Sahitya Sabha, History of Assam and its art and culture, and The Boatman of the River, which is a translation. He also contributes to the Assam Tribune as a columnist, and I highly recommend his pieces whenever they appear in the supplements. I follow them very diligently, and I hope you will too. Please welcome Sri Swapnanil Borua.
Come this side. Take two. I think I have to coach you how to. First time. While my granddaughter fixes up the mic, that's how I found her. But someone who's here and who's accustomed to Assamese poetry should know that she's the granddaughter of Haribar Kakoti, the pioneer of modern Assamese poetry. And he was my boss also. Nice to be in this building. I joined service in 6th of March 1980, one fine morning, in the DC's bungalow here. And then, for 6 months, a terrible man called S.K. Agnihotri put me into the Muhafiz Khana. With the senior-most assistants, the Muhafiz Khana has gone, but the experience remains. That will give you an idea why I am here. But before that, let me sell myself and say, have you bought my book? Or are you so poor that you can't spend 300 rupees to go to Amazon and buy my book on Guwahati? So the rest of it is all available there. This is Guwahati, as you all know. As you can see, it's most of hills. Very little of what is known as Basti land. Now, I was talking about the Muhafiz Khana part of it. There was this record of 1905 compiled by Mr. Bentic, the man who planted all the trees around Guwahati, who was the commissioner of divisions of the Brahmaputra Valley Division. So he had documented Guwahati as a part of his exercise in doing the Gazetteer of Kamrup. And the instructions of the British were that please don't touch Guwahati, because this is not a place to build in, not a place to live in. And the British had the worst mortality of Britishers dying in Guwahati because of malaria, because of the swamps and because of the hills. The hills were bad because the incline of the hills was more than 60 degrees. Therefore, tea cultivation was not possible. And whatever little Mr. Dombrain and his family tried is now Srishtinagar, because they couldn't sustain. Happy Villa was the manager's home in the Ramsahel tea estate, but all the tea bushes were washed down as soon as the rain fell. Therefore, the rain, it didn't succeed. Now, rest of the land was beels everywhere. And can you imagine that St. Mary's was built on the solar beel? St. Mary's School. And it started from just below the veterinary campus. So all of Guwahati, if you look at that small little painting there of Guwahati city, Guwahati was hills, beels, and mounds. This was one mound. The slope goes down. The second mound was the mission complex. The third mound was the police reserve, which had Tokobari. The fifth mound was Bhorlumukh, Maskwa. The sixth mound was Hilpukuri. So it was small little undulating mounds below the thing where you had a little bit of areas to stay. Now, when I looked at those land records of 1905, it said that 70% of the agricultural land of Guwahati, as we know today, of the extended GMDA area, was Baotoli. Baotoli is where you have 3 feet of water in summer and 1 feet in winter. 70% of all agricultural land that was there, bound by the hills, in between the valleys that were there in between the hills. 30% was Khalitolis. That is along the GS road on both sides. Khalitoli is the one where you have 1 feet of water in summer and in winter it dries up. After which you harvest and have Magbihu. So imagine the prescriptions of the British government were very clear that except for the ridge and the area north of the ridge, please don't touch it because it is uninhabitable except for those small little mounds where you have the people. So which is the ridge? This is the road that goes in front of us and then slightly takes a turn from Phasi Bazar all the way to Bhorlumukh. Beyond that, the slope drainage of that area is to the north. So you don't find flooding in this area. And the rest of the area, beyond the ridge towards the southern thing, you'll notice that the roads slope down to Pan Bazar, to Cotton Collegiate, and then there's a reverse mount from Kamarpatti side going down to, the railway line. So the railway line was finally the British frontier which they put on the southern bank, as that beyond that you cannot have habitation. If you do it, it is someday going to catch up with you. Nature is going to catch up with you. And that is exactly what has happened. So this current thinking now is that there are 2 people living in Guwahati. One is 55 years old and I have lived for 60 years. And we have both decided that we are going to depopulate Guwahati by killing Guwahati as Guwahati has been killed over the years. Guwahati, like Delhi, has died 7 deaths. With each administration or each ruler coming, the change of the ruler means the change of the habitation. As you have seen in Ambari, we have come 2 meters higher, the ground level. So this kind of, and in my house, my father built a house in Nobin Nagar, or Nobin Khagor it is now called. He built it in 76, we vacated it in 88. I built a house on stilts following the Mishing people, and now my garage gets filled up with water, so I have to abandon this house also, which was built in 1988. So how many years after 88? It's just 37 years. So you'll find that south of the ridge, whatever area is going to be built is going to be dead in every 30 years. Now for this, please read Future Shock, Chapter 1, which says that in America, every neighborhood is going to change 30 years. Blocks are going to be pulled down and new blocks are going to come. So that is going to happen in Guwahati. And now The two people, as I said, one is the Chief Minister, and the person pushing him is me, is to get Guwahati shifted to where people stayed. Even during the British rule, the people didn't stay here in Guwahati. Everyone stayed in North Guwahati. So Guwahati is the only town where you don't have an Amula Putti. Amulas are called the officers. Shivasagar has one, Jorhat has one, Golaghat has one, Tezpur has one, Dibrugarh has one, but Guwahati has no Amulapati because all the Amulapatis used to live in Rajaduar, just across the river. Read Khodor Amin's Buranji, you'll get a whole idea of the whole thing. So all the Boruas and the best Boruas and everyone is on the other side of the river. The Chaudharis, you don't have any people here except for a small little Tokobari Khotro and a Tongara Khotro, which is again connected to Horidev, not to Hogordev. You know, the Polakbari tradition. So this is the whole scenario of Guwahati. We have to decongest it, and I take the blame because I was the one who, from the government, pioneered building apartments as the managing director of a company called Housefed. And we were the first ones to build apartments here, which was later picked up by people, and you've seen what is the situation. So Guwahati, the situation is more or less irreversible unless you have a drainage properly laid out, which there is none. And because the exits are choked, Diporbil is one, the other is near Maria Montessori, or Maria's public school, is the Bondajan connection. Both of them are choked, so Guwahati cannot take away the water that is going to come from the Meghalaya catchment, how much we blame USTM. So let us go by the British prescription of Bentinck, who planted the trees, listen to his advice, and stop building in Guwahati, or let Guwahati choke in itself, so that people will now think of migrating. And the first generation of migrants who have come here and settled in the last 50 years are now thinking in terms of shifting out of Guwahati. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Swapnali Bora Papuda, which this address was made in your own inimitable style, which which gave us an appetite for thought and for lunch. And we can now safely proceed towards the lunch table there. Oh, I have no clue. Which I suppose is a good thing. Oh, really? Did you set the menu? So, Raj Kokol, please join us for lunch. All of you are here. I think we worked up quite an appetite for all of you.